On the edge.
You know, I rarely get to, so I might as well. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the Temple City Council to conduct a workshop for Thursday, May 15th, 2014. Time is 1:30 p.m. The first item on the agenda is just to discuss as may be needed regular meeting agenda items for the meeting posted for Thursday, May 15th, 2014. There are a few items that we've pulled to visit about. One is 4B, the Microsoft Software Enterprise Agreement. There is a reduction in price to $122,194.86, which I'll need to pull just for clarification. Item 4K2, Plains at Riverside, the second reading with PD 02. Mr. Blackburn.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is that the one that is just out of sequence? Is that the next one? Let me let Mr. Chandler advise you on that one.
We just wanted to reiterate that PD was added at the first hearing by Councilman Schneider.
Okay.
And so just the caption reflects that additional.
Perfect. So we don't have to pull it. We just
That's correct. Just
take it the way it is.
Pointing that out to you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Don't go far.
Item 4L, the abandonment conveyance, agreed upon negotiated value for conveyance on the property on North 12th.
Mayor, I think in regard to that one, we had not filled in the blank in regard to the value that had been determined or negotiated. We have negotiated an agreed upon value of $4,500 for the conveyance.
Okay. And we will need to pull that and vote with the dollar amount.
I believe so.
All right. Item 4R, the abandonment or conveyance portion of Carriage House Drive. No issues. Reading out of order. That was same, just what we were talking about.
Correct.
All right. Item 4, S1 and S2, and 9A and B. Items related to annexation and Lakewood Ranch. Mr. Keela will provide a short presentation at workshop. Do you want to wait until we go through the list or do it right now?
Your choice, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Said short, right?
Short, like real short. See all these people out here?
You got 3 minutes. Public comment.
Mayor Dunn, Councilman, I'm John Keela, represent the developer on this issue. Really appreciate the opportunity to do a very brief explanation of what we got going on here. Really would like to take this opportunity to thank the legal staff, Jonathan and his staff, and the planning staff. This has been had a few complications in this plat, and they have really worked with us to sequence this to make it work. So I would tell you I really appreciate the staff's efforts in working with me. Really there's just 4 items that are going on in this plat real quickly. We're doing an ETJ swap. That's tract land that butts up against Morgan's Point. We've been doing swaps, so we got timing on the swaps, timing on the annexations, timing on the zoning that's coming through, and a preliminary plat. We've tried to bring all of these to you at the same time. That way you're seeing all of the items and you get the big picture. But just to give you a big picture, I had 300 acres. And if you look at the red line, that is your ETJ line that separates Temple to the east and Morgan's Point to the west. A year and a half ago, we brought a plat in. At that point, Morgan's Point was not interested in really working together to swap, and they just gave us a 10-acre tract. So if you'll remember that piece in the yellow, you can see the new line and the old line. They actually allowed us to bring all of that into the city of Temple. That has been developed, in-house is building on that. Everything to the north of that we still had to work out. And so if you look at the plat, you can see that there are still 2 little areas. The purple area, which is going to be that is going to be given from the Morgan's Point ETJ to the city of Temple, the green area from the city of Temple to Morgan's Point. Really the reason we've done that is to just have a very clean line so that there is an absolute separation of lots and not having a half of a lot in Temple and that. So those swaps are coming through, and it's just a timing issue in bringing all these, so you will be seeing those coming back. The Morgan's Point Council has already had their vote to accept your, and, the swap that you're going to be given to them and to release their tract of land. When we are done with that, we will have a clean plat, and that will have 49 lots that I will be developing that will be strictly in Morgan's Point. They have very nice, clean cuts in the city as far as a city limit line, so they're, separated lots and all, so it'll look like that. Very quickly, and the plat that is coming tonight too, we've taken that north and south collector. We moved it from Highland, which really wasn't going to work, and we're going to be moving it over here. On that collector, I've made sure we don't have any houses facing it. So that will be fenced on both sides all the way up, built to a collector status, and really will act as a fairly large road. Probably about another 1,000 foot above my tract of land is where the Belton High School will go. So I am in communication with your planning staff, and we will make sure that this will function well in the future, because you'll have quite a bit of traffic there. Also on the plat, but the only other thing to mention is that green area. There's not a really good city park out there, so we've asked for a exception to build the park, have it HOA developed, and you'll see that in the plat presentation later today. But really, I blew through that pretty quickly. I really appreciate it when you look at it in just 4 plants and know what's going on. It seems like a lot of moving parts. When we get done, we'll have a good 670 lots in the city and 49 in Morgan's Point with a clean city line. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Perfect. Council, any questions for Mr. Keela? No, looks good. It's very quick.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. All right. Item 5, amendments to the animal and fowl ordinance.
Mayor, I think we just wanted to highlight this in the, you have the item on your regular agenda, but there was some discussion at the last council meeting. If you wanted to have an opportunity to have any further discussion before the regular meeting tonight, I think we're prepared. I don't know if there was a presentation that, yes, there is a presentation, so we are going to walk you through them.
Is it going to be as fast as Mr. Keela's?
I don't know, that was really fast. Mayor and Council, as David mentioned, this is scheduled for the second reading tonight, and there was some discussion at council meeting at the first reading, and staff did some additional work on this, so I just wanted to highlight a few things for you. I'm going to skip through to, this was what we presented at the last meeting that came forward. The Animal Services Advisory Board, as you'll recall, recommends not making any changes to the ordinance, but they did review potential amendments and provisions associated with an amendment if council chose to do that. So this is what we had presented at the last meeting, and then there's just a few things based on the conversation that we had at that meeting that that I wanted to point out. The first is the weight limit. I've done some additional research and talked to some additional miniature swine owners, and 75-pound weight limit is probably not reasonable if this is something you wanted to, if you wanted to allow miniature swine breeds, then probably something along the lines of 150 or 200 pounds would be a more reasonable, inclusive weight limit for pot-bellied pigs and other miniature swine breeds. Lots of cities have a 150-pound limit. Several have 200-pound. So that's something that I wanted to point out to you. It's really a policy decision. The last council meeting, there was some discussion on requiring spayed or neutered. I've done some additional research on that as well, and especially if you're going to require that the swine be kept indoors, I really don't think that's necessary. And then the third thing was the indoor. It was the motion that was made at the last council meeting was to include an additional provision that would require that the miniature swine be maintained indoors and would not be permitted outside except for exercise and waste elimination. So those are the changes that staff did some additional work on between last meeting and this meeting that I wanted to point out to you.
Right.
And you have in front of you, you have a full copy of the ordinance, potential amendment to the ordinance with those 3 areas highlighted.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Any questions for Ms. Myers? Great. Thank you. Item 8, the Texas Enterprise Zone Program, ARTCO bill. City Council will have a special called meeting on Tuesday, May 27th at 9 a.m. to adopt the second reading. Is that all right with everybody? We want to, the May 27th, I think you're going to be, I think you'll be out. All right. And item 2, discuss the strategic plan to include FY 2014-2015 budget process and calendar and various strategic and budget-related policy issues. Mr. Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor. While the presentation's being pulled up, and there it is. I'm going to go through, again, hopefully very quickly. I don't know, Mr. Keto set a pretty good bar to hit for time allocation, so I'll try to do that also. This is the next in a series of presentations on your FY15 budget. I'm not going to. I'll go through. I'll highlight a few dates on the calendar here in just a moment. Our mission. Try to always go over that when we talk about our budget and our process, which is Choose Temple. If you go to the next slide, the vision associated with that is best jobs, best education, best quality of life. And then the next slide, please, is our strategic focus areas that are encompassed or umbrellaed beneath that. Expanding the tax base, growing health and bioscience, improving our infrastructure, and serving our community. And then the next slide is just a visual graphic that we've developed that encompasses all of those things that I just said, and then encapsulate those around our values, dedication, integrity, and excellence. Next slide, please. Budget calendar, key dates for the council that are remaining after today. And as council knows, we start our budget process formally, usually in January every year. Work on it begins really in the fall. But we've moved up to May 15th today. Today you'll hear our Public Service Agency presentations, and I'll go over very quickly on just a slide or two the final fence post, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. June 27th is the date that we'll file a preliminary budget for FY15. July 3rd is your first regular meeting in July. At that time, you'll set the time, date, and place for the FY15 budget and CIP public hearing process. And I will also present to you at that meeting an overview of the preliminary budget as it was filed on June 27th. July 10th and July 24th on that slide are highlighted because those are as needed special meetings relating to the budget, at least that's the intent at this point. They will only be called if council deems those to be necessary. July 17th is the adoption of the CDBG annual plan and council budget workshop, again, as needed. I say this each year also, but after July 3rd, I will be in a 100% response mode to you relative to budget questions or budget issues or budget discussions. So after that, I'll look to you to tell me what you want on the agenda relating to the budget and what items you want to talk about going forward. Next slide. And then we move into August. When we get to August, your first meeting in August is where you'll set the preliminary tax rate and schedule public hearings. August 15th and August 28th are special meetings, and that's why those are highlighted in that manner. The first public hearing and announcement on the a meeting to adopt the tax rate is on the 15th. The second meeting is on August 21st, which is a regular meeting for you that month, and then special meeting on August 28th, and also the third public hearing where you would adopt the tax rate and also adopt the FY15 budget. So that's the calendar that lays out in front of you over the next few weeks. Next slide, please. Fence post. You've heard me talk before about fence posts. Those are what I use as guidelines for developing the budget every year. I try to stay inside these fence posts so that as a budget is developed and comes forward to you, that hopefully you can look back at these fence posts and go, those have all been met, or I'm inside the fence, so to speak. So maintaining our fiscal soundness, maintaining core services, maintaining the tax rate, continuing to improve our infrastructure, continuing to improve employee compensation and benefits, and then aligning strategic, financial, and tactical plans were the fence posts I gave you earlier in the year. And I apologize, this slide's got a lot of words on it. Let me go through those fairly quickly, and it's my last slide relative to the budget discussion today. I wanted to elaborate just a little bit on 2 or 3 of the fence post points, because I have gone through all of my budget process, formally anyway, with the department heads. I've done that over the past several weeks. I'm getting to the point now from this point forward where I'll begin honing in on the preliminary budget and then moving again toward filing on the end of June. With regard to maintaining fiscal soundness, what that means is you will get a budget, as you always do, that's balanced. It also means you'll have a very conservative approach to revenues and expenditures. And by conservative, I mean that we will likely underestimate our revenues and overestimate our expenditures. That has been a typical process that we have used and policy that we followed for many years, and that's part of what we mean when we say maintaining our fiscal soundness. Maintaining our core services, that means we're going to continue to provide for public safety, utilities, streets, those types of services that we've talked about before, but that's always a part of your budget process too. Maintaining the tax rate. The preliminary budget will not propose any increase to property tax rate, to the water and sewer rates, or to drainage fees. That will not be inside the FY15 budget. Continuing to improve our infrastructure, the preliminary budget will propose significant CIP programs in transportation and utilities. You have seen that over the past several years. You're going to see that in a large way this year. And we've talked about that at a couple of workshops already. And again, happy to address any further questions or discussion that you'd like to have about that also. Continuing to improve employee compensation and benefits. Again, we'll continue to do that. This past year, you authorized some adjustments to the civil service pay plan this current fiscal year. Those took effect mid-year in April for police and fire. And the general thought process from my standpoint is we'll try to address those kinds of adjustments in alternating years between pay plans. And as you know, you have two major pay plans, general government and civil service or the public safety. So this year or in the FY15 budget, I intend to try to address the general government pay plan. And then finally, aligning strategic, financial, and tactical plans. Basically what that means is the budgets that you adopt must line up with your strategic plans, and those budgets must also line up with the work plans that I give to department heads, and department head gives to directors, directors give to supervisors, and on down the line, so that we're out doing what our budget has resourced us to do, and hopefully it's been resourced and pointed in a direction that our strategic plan says we ought to be going. So all of those need to continue to line up. And I think that's my last slide on the budget presentation. I'm happy to address any questions that you have about that, and if not, then I'll just flow right into the PSA portion.
Very fast.
Mr. Kelo set a bar.
August 29th, that means that we won't see Tracy for weeks after that. Okay, just checking.
Just checking. That's right.
All right. Council, any questions? All right. Mr. Blackburn, go ahead.
Okay, as a part of your budget process this year, as it is every year, or has been for many, many years, is your public service agency presentations and PSA, what we call PSA process. PSAs, let me make sure we review just quickly what a PSA is, and that's an outside agency organization that helps the city leverage service delivery into our community. We take limited funds that we have, look at what a PSA might be providing in terms of a program or a service, and try to identify the value, and all of these entities certainly add value to the community, but we try to align those with our strategic plans and that process. So that's the both the science and the art of it, but that's what we try to do. We look in multiple areas: transportation, social services, economic development, leisure services, tourism, cultural services. All of those areas we have outside entities or agencies that can assist or facilitate in program or service delivery. Next slide, please. The way we fund this each year is really from usually two primary areas, but sometimes there's a third, or usually there is a third area. The general fund, which you're very familiar with, that funds police, fire, and parks and those types of services, supported primarily by sales tax, property tax revenues. Hotel Motel Fund, which is another funding source, that's restricted. We can only use that for certain very qualified or enumerated purposes that are listed by state law. And then CDBG, which is also restricted. We can only use that for qualified public services. That goes through our Community Services Advisory Board. It's approved by the council as a part of your CDB action plan. That's really not part of the presentations today, but those are the three areas where we do partner with outside agencies to deliver programs and services. Next slide. In FY14, your current fiscal year, the city received a little over $500,000 in requests for funding from 15 PSAs in the general fund and the hotel motel tax fund. The city was able to fund 13 of those PSAs in the amount of just a little less than $380,000 in the current year. In FY15, we've received requests for $738,955 from 21 PSAs in those two funds. I believe that's roughly about a 30% increase in the amount of dollar requests as well as the amount of agencies that are looking or seeking assistance. Next slide. Just to review briefly for you what the process is, it's an open application, meaning that just really any agency can make an application. It's not closed to those agencies that applied last year by any means, and so you will have new agencies appear each year typically. PSAs make presentations to you and to me. Optional for the agencies that are requesting less than $25,000 in a grant. We allow them to make a presentation if they want to, but they're not required. I will make my recommendations on the funding levels for the PSAs and the preliminary budget that you'll receive the end of June. I look at a variety of factors whenever I'm looking at the list and listening to the request. Things like the funding level that's requested, the funding level that's available as we're going through the budget, the services that the agency will provide, the services that I think the community needs to see and needs to have, and again what I call strategic value. And again, looking back on our strategic plan, our work plans, budget, programs and services, and our operating budget, all of those things, and seeing how either closely they align with those or where there's a gap that we're not providing that this agency could assist or facilitate. Council will have the opportunity to revise or modify any of these recommendations once you receive the budget. So I'll make a recommendation to you, and then you'll get the budget, and then you can review that list and, again, make changes as you see fit. Next slide. The guidelines that the PSAs have been given today, they're requested to submit a funding request packet to be considered. You have that. I think it's a record today, is it not? I mean, if anybody counted the pages, and we didn't deliver these by hard copy. A year or two ago, we started doing this electronically for you, but I believe it's 903 pages is the breadth of the PSA packet this year. Presentations and additional materials are optional. I've already mentioned that, but you have, again, what we have been provided in your packet. The agencies are asked to give brief 10-minute presentations and address at a minimum 3 things. An overview of the agency to include the program for which the funding is requested, the services provided by that program, the purpose of the program, as well as the benefits of funding and the consequences of not funding that program, and then the objectives and performance metrics or measures for the program. Next slide. There's the list of the general fund agencies that you'll hear from today that have made requests, and again, you have that in your packet. I won't go through the list there, but that gives you just a brief snapshot of the agencies and some history associated with funding, as well as their FY15 request. And there's the hotel motel fund list. Again, that's a restricted fund, so those have to meet certain criteria to be funded, and that's the same list with the same background information. I'll be happy to address any questions that you have. I will, as council may recall, I sometimes have questions for the agencies as they're coming through this process. In deference to our time allocation today and the number of agencies, I'm not going to ask any questions. I know the agencies will be very disappointed about that. But I won't be asking any questions today. I'll let the agencies have their full allotment, and hopefully we can get through the schedule by 5 o'clock. Be happy to address any questions you might have. And I think I'm running 2 minutes ahead.
You're like
5 minutes
4
ahead.
minutes ahead.
4.5 minutes ahead. So I attribute that to Mr. Keeler.
I think we should attribute everything to Mr. Keeler. And this is going to be really awkward. Could I take a 1-minute break to talk to Ms. Tarolva at the back, because somebody just sent me a Public Works emergency, and if everyone will excuse me for.
Well, we can, Mayor, would you like to recess till 2 o'clock, which is when the,
Yes, if we could, if you don't mind, and then we're going to lose. Then we'll lose whatever ground we had gained.
we got it, right?
Pardon me for just a second.
No, and we'll get it to you, but you should have in front of you a summary packet. It's paperclip. The top page says City of Temple Public Service Agency Funding Request Information FY 2015. And it's got the list of the agencies along with a page reference in the electronic packet for where you can find the detailed information. And then behind that, I'd ask Brenda to provide, and she did, sort of the one-page summary of the application for each of the agencies. So there should be 21 or so of those pages behind that on a one-page sort of executive summary type brief, and then a summary of all the requests. So you should have all that in front of you. In addition to that, I think on your screens is the electronic packet. So if you do want to go to page 721 to look at something, you're
type it
welcome
in.
to do so. Thank you, Mary.
All right, thank you. And first up, we have Aware Central Texas, Sue Ellen Jackson.
Thank you so much for this short, brief moment to share a little bit about what Aware Central Texas is doing to support Choose Temple. We are a social services nonprofit charity in the community. We serve Bell, Coryell, and McLennan counties. We do a lot of work here in Temple. Aware was formed in 2007. We were formed out of a agency called Family Outreach that was actually part of Child Protective Services, state of Texas. That particular agency sort of dried on the vine, and the Family Outreach has started disappearing throughout Texas. And there was a core group of people, a lot of doctors from Scott and White, that tried to keep the Family Outreach program going for some time. And they finally reached an impasse to where they're either going to have to just let it die or jumpstart it. So what they did is they pulled away from the Family Outreach program altogether, and at the end of 2006 reformed as Aware Central Texas. So in essence, we're a relatively new agency. We don't do the same things that Family Outreach did. Our relationship with CPS is a little bit different, but we still do work closely with CPS. Ironically, when Family Outreach started with CPS, their job was to come alongside and be the volunteer arm to work with at-risk families that had come under the radar of CPS. And so what we do now is we are 100% prevention. So what that means is, yes, we work with CPS, but we're running ahead of them, trying to reach families and individuals before they become under the radar of CPS. In a very short amount of time, what can I tell you? What do I want y'all to know? I've thought about this for a couple of days, and you know the wonderful things that's happening in Temple. You know about the wonderful preventive health measures that we're all learning about, and the wonderful services, health services that we get through Scott and White, and how the Temple PD is coming alongside and really being more community-minded and helping families and taking that a step farther. We've been tracking police reports in Temple, and it's been real interesting because we have watched over the past 2 or 3 years a steady increase in numbers of domestic disturbances, and it looks like it's a 23 to 25% increase. Now, what does that mean? Well, we think it means that Temple is becoming more aware of the issues of violence in the home, and the calls are people are becoming more responsive to that. So it could be a good thing. It could be the fact that we are all getting better at helping at-risk families. So what is at risk? Who's at risk? Well, at Aware, we provide primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention services. Primary is just general outreach. We all need to know things to do to avoid victimization and violence. We all need to know those things. I was a single parent for years. I never knew that there were predators actively looking for vulnerable families so that they could take advantage of their kids. If I had known that, my life might have been a whole lot different. Education. If I had known different, it would have been different. Secondary prevention is where we reach at-risk families. So here again, what's the question? The question is, what's at reach? Well, the truth of the matter is everybody in this room is at risk. Because any time a family goes through some kind of a challenge, families will handle it one of two ways. They'll either step up to the occasion, they'll circle around family members, they'll get resources, they'll get support, or they'll go in the other direction. So it could be any of us are at risk. It could be deployment, death, divorce, financial illness. It could be any number of things. And as parents, we all want to do the best we can. We don't ever want to hurt our children. We don't all get to be perfect parents. But when there is any kind of stress in the home, the kids are affected. They're affected. There's no way around it. You may be the best mom in the world, but if your significant other is punching you, verbally demeaning you, and you don't think your child hears it because they're asleep in the room next door, no, they're affected. So that's why Aware does what we do. And what do? Well, we teach classes in Temple. There's a gentleman named Fred. I want you to know a little bit about the heart of Aware. I met Fred at a meeting. We were sitting there waiting for something. It was here in Temple, and Fred is a Temple resident. And we got to talking, and Fred spent his whole life career working at the STC in Scott and White, which when he worked there was the mental health unit. So Fred saw and heard a lot of things, and that is really his name. And so I talked to Fred about what we do, and he instantly saw the need for educating parents on better ways to parent. What better way to prevent? So I asked Fred, will you be a volunteer for us? Will you teach parenting classes and anger management classes? And he said yes. And that was 5 years ago. And the number of people that Fred has impacted in Temple at the Goodwill Training Center in their educational unit that they share that space has been phenomenal. We are turning lives around. I don't know, I'm sure most of you know that the cost to deal with the effects of child abuse, neglect, and family violence is phenomenal. The Pew Charitable Trust did a study a while back, and I think they do it periodically just to kind of put a price tag on how much does it cost for us to deal with just child abuse and neglect. And it was, as of 2012, I think it was $4.5 billion. So we're good at health care prevention. Aware wants us all to be good at child abuse prevention in that same progressive, forward-thinking way. And that's why I'm here today. I wanted to give you a snapshot of who we are and where we're coming from, answer any questions. We're not asking for a lot. We want to grow the services that we have here in Temple. We are friends with your police department. You have a new community services liaison who, by the way, is a volunteer for Aware and teaches classes for victims of domestic violence. I'm looking over here at my buddy from CIS. Your community in the social services field, when it comes to children and families, are scurrying, working together, making sure that we provide continuity of service. We're all in this together, and we hope that you'll come on board with us and feel our passion. One more short story, and then if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. We'll call her Jane, not her real name. When we first started Aware, we had a staff of 2.5. And as we were called to do the family coaching, the in-home mentorship piece that we do where we actually go into the home, and we become kind of the encouraging, supporting, teaching, parenting kind of entity for that family or that parent. So we didn't have enough volunteers, so I went. We all went. We all adopted families and went when there weren't enough volunteers and staff to go. And this was my family that I was visiting, and she lived not far from here in the neighborhood, and she was a single mom. She had 3 small children. As we sat at her kitchen table, from the corner of my eye, I was watching the little ones walk around in their little dirty diapers and, just thinking, change that diaper. But I sat and listened to her. I did the active listening piece. I lined her up with available resources that she might not have known about. And when it was time for me to leave, I said, I wish I have a magic wand, because you do have some challenges. She had a special needs child, and they're more vulnerable for abuse. And she stopped, and she looked at me and she said, no, you don't understand. And I'm coming back at her like, okay, I don't. She said, because you are here, because you are the one that took the time to listen and just let me talk, and you didn't judge me, and you let me kind of work it out. That means the whole world to me. And she broke out in tears and gave me the biggest hug. So I ended up getting more out of it than she did. Why am I telling you this? Because AWARE is about relationships. Yes, we do believe that child abuse and family violence can be eradicated. We believe that. We see it every day where the light bulb comes on and a parent says, oh, I can do this different. I can be better. And that's why we do what we do. And that's why I'm here, standing here today. So, do y'all have any questions of me? Or?
Council, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
All right. Thank you.
Have the Bell County Business Alliance. Vane Hugo.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and members of the council, thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you today. We keep the Bell County Business Alliance name because it gets us to the front of the list. But y'all know us
I was wondering how that happened.
Y'all know us as the Entrepreneur Center of Central Texas. Many of you know us formerly as the Temple Business Incubator. About 3 years ago, we were all part of a change in the story. The board of the Bell County Business Alliance decided that they didn't want to be renting subsidized office space anymore and wanted to have a true business development center. And about 18 months ago, I became involved also with that. And we have had quite a bit of success in starting down that road. It was a long and arduous road. Because we didn't really have any training, any coaching, any resource referral networks. We had to build all those over the last year and a half. Next slide, please. But our mission is to build that economic wealth and foster growth in our region. New businesses, grow existing businesses, save some that are in trouble. And even if you're at the end of your business life, we can help you liquidate your business, sell it, whatever you want to do. We also want to add jobs. So the two big measurements for us in order to enrich our economic health are gross sales and jobs. So I want to share a few numbers with you on what we've done over the last little while. Jobs. Not a big number of total jobs, but definitely a good slope where our client companies have created a number of jobs over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. Client revenue has gone really, really up. Currently, the number, the break point there in the middle, just below $1.5 million, that's where we currently are. But our clients are really on a roll and ought to be doing about $3.5 million by the end of next year. Next slide, please. This is the number of folks that we've actually mentored that have come through the door. Again, we've grown from almost nothing to 40. I've got about 50 veterans in the pipeline right now that I'm doing a program with in conjunction with People Fund, which they will guarantee a veteran a $20,000 loan at 5% if they'll just go to our 6 classes. So we have a bunch of folks that are coming through. In fact, I'm doing one tonight to go through those classes. We're on week 3 of our first round. We've got 2 bunches scheduled. So that gives us an opportunity to see a lot more folks and to help them out with their businesses. Next slide, please. This is the great graph. We've got one of our clients, the Subsea Robotics. They started a couple of years ago, and they had 15 or 20 students. Last year they had 143. And what that really means to us is that since they enroll this through Temple College, the college gets their share of that. And last year it was almost $300,000 that went back to the college from just that one client. In addition, those classes he does bring people to our region or to our town, and they spend money in lodging and food, and using some very conservative numbers of $50 a night and about $8 for breakfast and lunch and $12 for dinner. You'll see the numbers there, a couple $100,000 in food and lodging, and about $400,000 worth by the end of this next year back to our area from these efforts. Next slide, please. So a couple of other things we're going on with right now. We've got this program we're going to start in the fall with Temple College and the Temple College Foundation. And it provides for any of the local high school kids. We're taking juniors into this program. It's a 2-year program. They'll wind up with 12 credits from Temple College and also a certification in customer service, along with the ability to start with product definition all the way to the shelf. We're going to go through the entire business process of delivering products, manufacture the whole bit. So when a kid comes out of this at the end of their high school career, not only do they have college credit and a chance to go to further themselves in that way, they also have the confidence to know that regardless of what happens, they could build a business tomorrow and make a job for themselves. So I'm really happy about that program. We're working now with the Chamber just in the beginning stages of developing an innovation summit to bring in some folks from some of the expert areas and teach a number of seminars that will allow us to again bring more current thought in entrepreneurism and innovation to Temple. We're also looking to expand our programs outside the city of Temple. We have commitments from Cameron and Taylor to provide some training to them. We haven't worked out all the nuts and bolts of the financial details, but it allows us to serve beyond just the city of Temple and to grow the entire thing. I'll tell you a quick story. We just concluded a class called the Entrepreneurial Mindset, and that's a 10-week class. People come 3 hours a week for 10 weeks, and there's about 1.5 times that much homework, so it's a pretty good time commitment. But I had a guy in that first class, and his name's Phil, and he came in the first day. I said, well, tell me about yourself, Phil. And he says, well, I'm over 50, I'm out of work, I'm a software engineer, I haven't had work in over a year. And if I don't figure out something, I'm going to be out of my house in 7 months. So we started on that somber note. We started our class, and by the end of the second week, he had his LLC set up, and by the end of the course, he has 2 businesses he created himself. One is a software business, software training business, and the other is a woodworking business because he knows how to do both those things. So this makes a real difference in people's lives. Next slide, please. So here's what I'm asking for you to help me out with. You see our revenue line is slowly climbing. We're working on making this more self-funding. But our expense line, fortunately, we had a pretty good bank balance when I came to this operation, but it's rapidly diminishing. So I'm asking for your increased support this year to help us get through this next year as we continue to make it more self-funding and have a broader reach and bring in some other funding sources. So that's my request. I hope you can consider that well. We actually, even though we wind up in the social service category in your matrix there, we also have a significant economic development role. So we fit 2 of your PSA categories really well. And I hope you can see that we've done a lot in the last year, and that you'll find the need for us to stay around and do more good things. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ua. Central Texas 4C, Janelle Frazier.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager and all of you councilmen. Thank you for giving us time to come talk to you about what we do, because as part of choosing Temple, we think it's kind of important that we put these babies' feet on the right path. Our mission is that we are committed to building stronger Central Texas communities, one child and family at a time. We administer the federal Head Start program. So the importance of your dollars is not only because it makes the difference between a good program a lot of times and an excellent chance for a child, is that it every dollar that you give to me leverages, how does that work? Every $20 you give to me leverages another $80 in federal funds, and I want to keep the funds coming to Temple, not going to New York or somewhere else that the feds could send it. So that piece is important. I have addressed in your handout, I don't know if you have the one in front of you that has the little pictures. It's in your packet, but it addresses the questions that you asked. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to go back over that. But I do want you to know that, as this gentleman mentioned, some of us who are in the social services do have an impact on Temple economy. We are not a small operation. We are about a $5 million business as a nonprofit. We employ 165 people, and I'm one of those lucky ones that chose Temple. I wasn't born here, but I got here, you've heard the saying, as quickly as I could. And we are committed to making sure that what we do for these children and families, and it's a very holistic program. We are working with parents to get them out of the financial holes they're in. One way we do that is we hire them. A third of my staff are former Head Start parents, because we will pay for the college tuition and books if they come in, for instance, through the kitchen door and determine that they would like to go to college. If they have proven their worth as an employee to us through an introductory process, then we'll help them sign up for college courses in child development and pay them until they get their bachelor's degrees. So there are some really good things going on with the clientele that we have, with the employees that we have, and certainly with the community partners that we have. We've been to the City of Temple several times in the past for CDBG dollars. This year we didn't qualify for CDBG. Well, we qualified, but we didn't get it. But that's understandable, because a lot of people think that playground stuff is not real important. I would tell you that what we're asking for to get our infant, toddler playground where it needs to be is important. The development that we do physically with children is one of the most important things that we can do for 0 to 3 children and getting them ready for school, because the research proves if they are physically very healthy and active, then they learn quicker. There are a lot of research-based things that we do with children. In fact, our Early Head Start program has gained national and international recognition. You may not know that, being from Temple, but we were one of 2,400 applications to do workshops at the International Conference on Education, where 40 countries attended, and we were one of the ones selected to present. Now, a lot of people don't know what goes on because we don't have a lot of marketing dollars. We put those dollars into the children and the families, and we ask for your help on getting this one Temple playground. Most of our Temple playgrounds are pretty good, but the one at Dixon over there on 33rd, the Head Start 3 to 5-year-old playground, is in good shape, but our infant toddler playground is not. And so we're asking for that help. Do you have any questions for me?
Council, any questions?
Oh, come on. Let me talk more about my babies.
Thank you very much for being here.
I do want to thank Bahia Nightingale. She has just been really wonderful to work with during the grant process, and she deserves a kudo.
Well, good. We'll send multiple kudos her way.
Good, thank you.
Communities and Schools of Greater Central Texas.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you again, Mayor, City Manager, and Temple City Council for having us here this afternoon and allow us to present our proposal. We really appreciate that. My name is Michael DeWeese. I am the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of Greater Central Texas. The gentleman I have here on my right is Mr. Stephen Cole. He is our Communities and Schools, one of two of our Communities and Schools site coordinators at Temple High School. And anyway, the name of our project is the Communities and Schools High School Initiative at Temple High School. We are requesting $20,000, and that funding, if we were to get it, would go into paying a portion of Mr. Cole's salary, as well as a portion of the second site coordinator we have, Ms. Amy Michalek. If anyone were to ask us, what is the number one priority of this project, it would have to be children, and in particularly the success of children, especially those children who are struggling in school. There's an old saying I like to use, and I'm embarrassed I don't know the author of this saying, but I like to use it, and it goes like this. Our children are the faces of our future, and the childhood that we give them today will determine the society that they give us tomorrow. And I don't think there's a person in this room who doesn't want strong and vibrant communities. And one way we can accomplish that is keeping our kids in school, helping them overcome the challenges that they encounter, and ultimately having them earn that high school diploma so that they can move on to bigger and better things, whether that be moving on to college, whether that means moving on to a good trade school, or whether that means just finding a good job upon graduation. Bottom line, we all want strong and vibrant communities. We want a strong and vibrant Temple, and one way we can do that is to lower the dropout rate. Let's talk briefly about Temple High School. It is a wonderful school. However, there are a lot of youth there at the school who do encounter numerous challenges. 3 in 5, right at 60%, are economically disadvantaged and eligible for free and or reduced lunch. A little over half of them, about 55%, are identified by Texas Education Agency as at risk of dropping out of school. And when you're looking at a campus of right around 2,000 students, that's huge. Those are huge challenges. And we want to be there for them. I'd like, if I could, to direct your attention to the handout that we did provide. It looks like this. I hope that y'all have it in front of you. If you don't, I'll just briefly walk you through it. But anyway, just to give you a heads up, we were not at Temple High School the last school year, 12-13. However, Communities and Schools does have a presence there at the high school this year, 13-14. The sheet that we had provided to Ms. Bahia, Mrs. Nightingale, just kind of gives a snapshot of what Mr. Cole and Ms. Michalek, our second site coordinator, have done there this year. As of early May, they had case managed 203 at-risk students at the high school, the ones that are the most at risk. They provided over 5,500 student services and over 11,000 contact hours with the students. The middle portion of the page it kind of gives you a snapshot of what the children they case manage look like. I won't go through all of them, but just what really strikes me is 90% of the caseload that they have, those children are on free and reduced lunch. 79% of them are struggling academically. Over half of them, 55%, live in a single-parent home, and I don't think that's a surprise to any of us here. The lower portion of the page basically just gives our outcomes. Now, like I said, we weren't at the high school last year. However, we do Communities and Schools does have a presence at 6 schools in the district, and we do show our outcomes for last year. Now, Communities and Schools is a part of TEA, and we are held accountable for that reason. So we do have to track outcomes, and some of the outcomes that we do track are improvement of these students in academics, behavior, attendance. We also track student promotion rate, student stay in school rate, and also for the seniors that we case manage, we also track the graduation rate. But anyway, y'all should have a copy of this in your packet, and feel free to look that over. Now, how do we go about helping these children that are at risk? Well, what we do is we put qualified professional staff on the campuses, Mr. Cole, and in the case of Temple High School, we have the second one as well, Ms. Mashalik, and they're there to provide much needed academic, behavioral, and social services support to these children and their families. Not just the children, they make home visits as well to kind of see what's going on at the home, because as y'all know, a lot of times the problems are at the home. And they work the same hours as the teachers do. In fact, they work longer hours because of after-school tutoring programs and other after-school programs as well. I brought Mr. Cole with me today because he is on site. He deals with those kids every day, and he can give you a better insight as to what he does to make a difference in their lives as well as their families. Mr. Cole? Okay.
Again, thank you all for Mayor, Council, City Manager. Just thank you for giving us a chance to come and talk a little about what I do on a daily basis, which there really is no ordinary day. I mean, if y'all have teenagers, you'll probably know that it's probably difficult to sometimes work with teenagers because the moods are always changing. And pretty much what we do on a daily basis is I spend a majority of my time putting out fires, talking to students with crises and things like that. But our main goal is to provide and instill in them a mindset where they can finally know that they can be successful in something. A lot of these kids never knew that they could pass a test, that they could come to school all the time, or they could even go to college, or they can even afford college. So, I mean, us being on campus allows us to meet with those students on a daily basis, case manage those students. So really, I mean, what does that really look like? Usually every morning we start with probably just checking attendance. We all know that if students aren't at school, they're not learning. If you're not at your job, you're not doing what your bosses ask you to. So, I mean, it's very important that they're at school. And while Temple, I mean, they hire truancy officers, which they do an amazing job of making sure the students are in school, but sometimes we work in conjunction with them, so we definitely like to look in why aren't they coming to school. It's easy to say, oh, they're sick or anything like that, but I mean, sometimes they don't have food, sometimes they don't have clothing, sometimes they don't even have a permanent address, and they're homeless, or they're living in their car, they're living with friends from house to house, so we're able to kind of step in. We make phone calls to parents, or we show up at your doorstep if we know what the address is, and we go and talk to them, we sit down with them, and just kind of figure out what can we do, what can we work with them on together to actually get them to school, let them know the importance of their education, and hopefully that gets them back, and we check on them, and we're very resilient in that, and we try not to give up and allow them to come back, and if we have to go up to the house a second time, then that's what we'll do. And the major other part we do is just helping with basic necessities. A lot of these kids are coming, they don't, like I said, they don't have food. Sometimes they don't have clothing. So, I mean, we're able to provide emergency assistance for food, where we have people donate clothing and other school supplies and stuff to us all the time. So they're able to come to us. We're kind of like the spot on campus where they know they can come if they can afford school supplies, that we're able to give them a notebook or a pencil or paper or whatever to get through the day. So they know that they don't have to worry about any of that. Also, a lot of families come to us because maybe they don't have a place to live. Maybe they were evicted the night before. Maybe there's all sorts of things could arise. Maybe the mom and dad decided to get divorced the night of, and they separated, and now they're living with grandma or friend or anything like that. And sometimes it's hard, amidst all those struggles that they're going to worry about school. So we're kind of that face on campus where they can come to, and we can provide them the basic necessities that they need, so they don't have to worry about that while they're at school, because when we're facing extremely difficult circumstances, it's really hard to not think about those circumstances at the time. It's really hard to go in and take a test or take an end-of-course exam if you're having to worry about if you're going to be living in a place tonight or if you have food or anything like that. Another part of what we do is behavioral support. We do lunch groups every day, which is our chance. Kids can come in, bring their lunch. We talk to them about, try to teach them social skills. A lot of these kids don't know how to necessarily act. A lot of them times they don't know how to, if they want to get a job, how do I dress for a job? So we're able to meet with them. We do mock interviews with them. Pretty much we do whatever it takes to get them prepared to be successful, to let them know that that's something that they can do. And with all that said, I mean, our kids are coming from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different hardships, but the most what we would all agree is that our academic support and the educational experience that somebody gets is important. I mean, education is really the key to getting out of generational poverty or anything like that, so it helps us provide that type of support to them, whether it's credit recovery, whether it's getting them plugged in with a teacher after school to do tutoring, whether it's providing that tutoring ourselves or going into the after-school program and meeting with them and sitting down with them. And I mean, I'm not the best at math, but I'm able to look in their book and help them out or take them to the teacher to make sure we get the right answer. And then when they come back the next day with an A on their paper and you see the smile on their face, I mean, it was worth the time and effort staying late, staying until 6 o'clock to get the job done for them, just to see them be successful and be able to move on. I mean, the story that I would like to share is... And
actually, if you don't mind, you're just about out of time, but I do have one question to ask, if I may.
Sure.
Will this be something that we would... if we were to fund this year, would this be continually asked, or would you find some other way to find funds for a position?
Well, we are always seeking funding of sources of all kinds. We could do it either way, but I know that sometimes their funding sources like to do 1 year only for seed money, and then you go out and you're responsible, and we would certainly do that if that's the decision, if we were to be funded, and if that's the decision of the body.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off, too.
Oh, it's all right.
Well, we thank y'all very much for your time today, and thank you for your service to Temple. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Mr. Kuvion, Cultural Activity Center.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Manager. My name is Robin Kuvion with the Cultural Activity Center. Next slide. Our mission at the Cultural Activity Center is the quality of life for Central Texas by igniting interest and promoting participation in the arts. We've been doing this for over 50-plus years at the CAC. Yes, it is a 501c3 and it's a private foundation, but we bring the arts to Central Texas and particularly to Temple. Next slide. We especially engage children to realize early that we are all artists and that every action of our day has the potential to be an artist. We also enrich the children not only in the arts but in the theater arts. Next slide. The funding is to assist us in several of our full-time employees offsetting some of their salaries, thereby freeing up monies from that obligation to fund the educational programs and other programs that we have at the CAC. Next slide. The consequences of reducing the funds or not funding is that we would not be able to coordinate our activities with the Mayburn Center, which is just north of us, which does some educational program, and also coordinating our activities with the Park and Recreation Department and other agencies here in Temple. Next slide. Some of our performance measures are this year we're currently in, we have served 24,000 students in the following activities at the CAC. Hands-on, arts and education, Missoula, which is coming up this in a couple of months, Mad Science, Summer Science workshops, and Bugs Adventure, which is our upcoming summer program. Next slide. We also develop and implement all types of musical programs at the CAC for adults and also for children. And it's just a snippet of some of the things that we do. Next slide. This is a very unique objective, and that is the Cultural Activity Center has 4 art galleries in the facility. They're all free. Have to make a point of that, because if you go to any other center similar to the Cultural Activity Center in any other city in Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, states I've been to and visited, you have to pay to go into the art galleries. We bring in world-class art and world-class artists to display their wares on our walls, and it's free to the public. The biggest, next slide. Let's skip over this one, go to the next slide. The biggest, as was told to me just recently visiting the Texas Commission on the Arts down in Austin, Texas, which is the National Endowment of the Arts channel for funds in the state of Texas. They said that the Artworks project that we do, that we just took down this past week, is the largest display of student artwork in Central Texas. That's a picture of last year's opening. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of between 8,000 to 10,000 pieces of art hanging on the walls in the Cultural Activity Center for a period of a whole month. Next slide. Some of the existing and planned music seasons at the Cultural Activity Center is the Texas Singer-Songwriter Series, which we've now called the Texas Music Series, because it's not just singer-songwriters, but it's all types of Texas music. The Central Texas Orchestral Society Classical Music Seasons. UMHB's Opera Theater Program performed 2 plays in our theater, on our auditorium stage twice a year. Next slide. Just recently, within the last 3 weeks, the Singing for the Kids program was put together between the Texas Country Gentlemen, who do their practice at the CAC, and the Temple Music Club Men's Choir to raise funds for the Ralph Wilson Youth Clubs. These 2 groups came to the CAC and said, we want a stage, we want a theater big enough to bring in people to watch us sing as a combined chorus/choir, and would you guys be interested in working with us on that? And we said sure, and of course as soon as they told us that the funds were going to the Ralph Wilson Youth Clubs, we said absolutely 100%. And so they had a very, very successful night. Our facility is used by many corporations for outreach, for corporation dinners and whatnot, but probably the biggest thing that we have partnered up with the Chamber of Commerce on last year, we started it last year, was their new doc reception. It's an opportunity for new doctors, residents and or doctors that are being hired by Scott & White's facilities to come into one facility and be exposed to all the various different merchants and or companies and activities that are available here in the Temple region. And so we're proud to say that we've partnered up with the Chamber to make this happen at the CAC. It happens and it occurs over about a 3.5, 4-hour period, and the entire Cultural Activity Center is turned into sort of a mini Temple, Texas, so that the new doctors and their families can see what happens here in Temple. Next slide. This is just a listing of all the different agencies that the Cultural Activity Center has received funding this year and this current year and year past. Next slide. I'm going to leave you with this statement. Art is the conscious production or arrangement of sounds, colors, forms, movements, or other elements in a manner that affects the quality of life and the human culture. Everybody in this room is an artist in some way, shape, or form. If I didn't have a ruler or a pencil, probably couldn't draw a straight line. I've been blessed to have 3 children that are just incredibly talented in the arts, in music, in the arts, and whatnot. But the exposure that the CAC brings, more particularly to the educational program that occurs in Temple, Texas, is where the kids come out and say to me, thank you for bringing that opera group. Thank you for bringing an opera group. Thank you for bringing that jazz group to the CAC. Thank you for bringing that storyteller. Thank you for bringing that musician. I could see myself doing that one day. I could see myself performing. I could see myself drawing. And so the funding is essential to keep we only have 6 full-time staff personnel on staff at the CAC, and we wear many, many different hats in any given day. I wear my name tag. It says executive director, and I go in a function, and people say, could you contact the person I need to get to empty the garbage can? And I'll say, I'll take care of that, and they're just blown away that I'm emptying garbage cans. But that's what it's all about at the CAC. We all work as a team, and the funding from the city is very, very essential for keeping the arts alive here in Central Texas and in Temple. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Do y'all have any questions?
I think we're good. Thanks for all your good work.
Thank you.
We were scheduled for a break, but we're running a little ahead of time, so if it's all right with everybody, can we go on with the Help Center?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Steve Wick, and I am the interim director of the Help Center for the Department of Human Services of Bell County. And I brought with me, however, our brand new director that I'd like to introduce, Mr. Gene Deutscher. If you'd raise your hand over here. He is going to be succeeding me in the next, well, actually he's already started. But since I was involved in this, I've been given the opportunity to make the presentation. I also brought Maria Foster with me, who is our office manager, and she can field any specific questions that I'm not aware of. I have been involved, I guess, with the Help Center from the very beginning, some 42 years ago, just in working with staff and in working with people that have been providing services. I thought I knew just about everything there was to know about the Help Center. But since I've been serving as the interim director, I have learned a tremendous amount. And I wanted to kind of share some of this information with you, because my hunch is if I didn't know, I'm not sure you did either. But just quickly, the Help Center is an acronym for Health, Education, Leadership, and Progress. And over the years, this has really been something that has been implemented here in Temple to the fullest extent in all of these years. There we go. The vision is to empower people with opportunities, and the mission is to offer hope and help. Last year, we served over 26,500 people just in Temple. The majority of those folks have been extremely poor, certainly of the low-income classification. Many of them are people just like you and I who may be just 1 or 2 paychecks away from having significant chronic financial difficulties. Most people think of the Help Center as providing rent and utility assistance. That's certainly true, but it's only one small piece of what we do. So how do we provide services? By connecting clients with appropriate resources to meet immediate needs. So we're utilizing all of the resources in the community. We're not trying to be all things to all people. We are very active in networking with other organizations, other providers. We provide a providers network every other month. We do a number of things to help bring in other folks to serve our population. We educate clients on ways to become self-sufficient and independent. This is one of the primary things that we're trying to do, and not only give that proverbial fish to the people who are hungry, but we want to teach them how to fish. So we end up doing both. and educating people and trying to keep them away from a life of poverty or a life of reliance on public and private charity is what we try to do as often as we can. We advocate for identified gaps and needs in the community through collaboration and through partnerships. This is a partnership with the City of Temple and Bell County. We also partner with many of the providers that I've mentioned and form a united front in dealing with the needs of our population. So what are the services? There are basically four. The first category I would call basic services, and that's just comprehensive screening, referral, assistance to various public assistance forms, providing things like notary services, coordination with other providers, screening for barriers for independence and self-sufficiency. So it's just kind of a catch-all for all the general kinds of things that anyone who walks in the door can provide, get the services they need. Crisis services, this is one that most people think of. Shelter needs, the rent, utilities, but we also provide things like gasoline, bus tickets. We had a gentleman from Los Angeles the other day that had to come to court in Belton, got stranded here, couldn't get back, so we worked with him in finding resources to get him back to California. Minor car repair, a flat tire or battery, and some minor medical kinds of things, prescription or something that it may be needed on an emergent basis. Employment services is a third major category. This is part of our efforts to keep people self-sufficient and independent. Some folks are either too elderly or with too chronic mental or physical disabilities that don't really fit that category. We're going to help them in other ways. But for those who are employable, we're going to work with the resources like the Texas Workforce Solutions in trying to get them independent and self-sufficient. So how do we do that? We assist with maintaining employment, supplements to enter and continue job skill training, assistance with fees for birth certificates, ID, driver's license, providing business attire, and the biggest one is probably child care. If you're struggling with one or two basic jobs at McDonald's or whatever, the biggest obstacle to keeping those jobs is child care. And so we work very closely with the resources available to help subsidize that resource so our folks can continue to work. And finally, education services. We offer classes on budgeting, money management, health and nutrition, weatherization, energy conservation, and help with providing employment referrals and career skill development. So we work with Temple College, for instance, in getting people registered for school, help with books and various related fees for that purpose. So let's do a little tour, a quick tour of the Temple facility. As you know, it's over at 102 East Central. It is in this building here that we share with Texas Workforce Solutions. They are on the lower right and second floor, and we're on the left there, right next to the Han Hotel, which I'm real pleased that hopefully something is going to be done with that soon. That's our main entrance and our lobby area. We utilize this lobby for classroom as well. If we overflow our smaller classroom, we can utilize this. The other day we had, one of the staff was complaining, so we had 46 walk-ins in one day alone. Not unusual, and it's rare to see it without anyone there. That's our entranceway, front desk. There's Maria Foster, our office manager, Sandra Bell, who's one of our caseworkers, Alicia Rendon, who's a caseworker, and Carolyn McGuigan, who's our triage receptionist. That's Becky Howard, our educational coordinator, and Tanya Elliott, who is our money person, our numbers person. She handles the vouchers and whatever for the payments to people and works with all of the financial stuff as well as the program statistic stuff. And the reason I bring that up is that we have been using J.D. Edwards AS400 software for quite a few years now. This is a modification of financial software, but the reason for this is that we are building a database on our clients. And the reason why we do this is that we want to be able to better track who we're serving and how we can best serve them. If we are trying to truly give them independent and self-sufficiency skills, we want to be able to track what has been the experience with that person. How can we better serve him or her as they struggle in their journey towards self-sufficient independence? That's an actual case file of showing the various kinds of services provided at various times and the type. I have our little police officer that's guarding the identity there. But that gives you an idea of what is available and how we can continue to serve people. That's Sandra Walsh, our caseworker. There's our classroom where we do a lot of the classroom training, our computer lab where clients can access the internet. We keep hard copies of brochures and information of all the agencies in the area, many representative here, so that we can provide assistance in getting help from those organizations as well. And that's not only for our clients, but for our staff. This is our food pantry. We are not a food pantry in the traditional sense of that. We have emergency food for people that are needed and now. But we do have food elements that we can provide to the other pantries. If they run out of, say, diapers or something like that, they can contact us, and if we have it available, we'll provide that for them. We have a gentleman right now who is getting his job, finally attained one. We helped him do that, but he hasn't got his paycheck yet. So he absolutely has nothing to eat. So every evening he's been coming into the food pantry and getting something to eat for that evening until he gets his first paycheck. This closet has a whole stack of box fans in it from TXU Utility Company. This, of course, is only for TXU customers, but we're supplied now for the coming summer months and will be able to assist in that area. And this is our clothing closet, again, for people who are trying to be employed or who need to go out and do their resume and so on and can look a little more professional. We'll help them achieve that.
Mr. Wick, I'm sorry, your time is just about up.
All right, I will close with just one comment. We're asking for $50,000, and that is again in partnership with Bell County, because Bell County is providing all the salaries and benefits and costs of expenses and things, and so we're bringing in a lot of additional dollars into the city for that purpose, and we're bringing in a lot of money in for the services provided to our clients. And so that is a money well invested. It's going earmarked for rent, utilities, repair, and maintenance. And so $35,000 of that is going back to the city in rent for the building that you just saw. I appreciate all of your attention to this, and I will close and then open for any other questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Great. Thank you, Mr. Wick.
Thank you very much.
We good, or shall we continue? Council? All right. Hill Country Community Action Association, are they? Oh, wonderful. Yeah, see? That's what happens when you're early.
Good afternoon. My name is Tama Shaw. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Hill Country Community Action, and I thank you for the opportunity to let you know what Hill Country does in your community regarding assisting senior citizens. There's seniors in high school. We have the other end of the senior spectrum. And believe me, there's a lot of us. We have been providing nutrition services for the elderly. You can click it. Golly, since the 70s. I was hired in 1977, and I've been through a myriad of programs and everything in the agency. Became CEO in 1996. So I had never dealt with a nutrition program up until that point, as I have now. and it is near and dear to my heart and one of the major focuses of our organization and of our board of directors. We appreciate the funding that we've received from the city in the past and hope that we may continue to receive that. We do serve a meal to the seniors Monday through Friday, and we have congregate meals that we serve at the senior centers or at a location, and then we have home-delivered meals. In Temple, we serve meals and have a cook on site at Salmons Community Center. We also prepare meals at Friendship House, and then deliver meals for congregate people sitting in Golden Haven, Graham Hall, and Kyle Center. Next slide, please. The meals we serve to the homebound is within a 2-mile radius of the city of Temple. You must be at least 60 years old or older, or a person with disabilities. And you do have to meet other criteria. You do have to be homebound in order to receive a meal at your home. Our target population is the minority and low-income elderly, age 60, and persons with disabilities, as I stated. Next slide, please. In addition to serving a meal, particularly for the homebound, we make note, we never deliver a meal unless someone answers the door, either the person we're serving or a caretaker. And if no one opens the door, we don't just drop the meal on the porch. We go back and we call someone that they've given us, to call for in case there's an emergency contact. And if we get no one, we call 911. It's also important to them to have someone to visit with as they deliver the meal. I've heard from our volunteer delivery people and those that we hire that they don't want us to go. We come in, and sometimes we're the only people they see all day. And it gives them security to know that, well, I'm going to have somebody drop by and drop me a lunch and check on me. Next slide, please. We did a survey in all of our communities, and here within the Temple area, 4% of the people we surveyed said they would literally go hungry at our meals. 38% said they would eat something like cereal or frozen meals. And then 8% said they would not be able to remain in their homes. So they would probably have to go to an assisted living place because they either have no family or their family's working and unable to assist them. So that's a pretty good chunk of folk that we're helping stay at home. Next slide, please. We're proposing to serve 465 individuals, 58,620 meals. 16,000, almost 17,000 will be congregate, but the big majority here is home delivered, and that's over 41,000. In 2013, our average cost per meal was $6.66. Our average cost per meal in our proposal is $7.07. It has continued to rise, of course, over the years because the cost of everything keeps going up. We run a very tight ship. Our administrative overhead in our program agency is less than 5% and has been for many, many years. And so we try to put all the money we can into our programs. But the cost does keep going up, and that's why we need assistance from the city, from these funds, and CDBG. United Way is a big help to us. But we have to cut meals off from people if we do not get the funding. Next slide, please. We suggest, and we can only suggest, a $2 to $3 contribution in each of our, we have 13 senior centers, and each of them determine what that community can afford. So $2 to $3. If we were to get that, we would be in high cotton. I mean, life would be good, but of course we don't. In our 12-13 year, we got $1.01 average here in Temple, and only 13 cents for home delivered. But we never deny services, of course, if they're unable to contribute. And contributing is a private. Nobody else can know what you contribute. It's in a secure location, lockbox, and we don't know if you give or don't give. Okay, next slide. We are requesting $25,000 to be used for the cook's salary and fringe at Salmons. I'll be paying part of her salary, and $5,000 of it will be used for raw food and non-food consumables over at Salmons. Next slide. And our objective is to allow the elderly and disabled to lead independent, meaningful lives in their own homes and communities for as long as possible. Next. Provide a nutritious noon meal 5 days a week. And we do provide nutrition information and about that to our congregate and home delivered clients. And we coordinate and refer for services with other social service agencies, as we all do in this room. Many older folks in Central Texas don't have enough to eat. I could have given you all kinds of statistics, but didn't have time, and I figured, that's kind of boring. But let me tell you, there's a lot of people going hungry, and they have too little income, physical impairments, and the absence of friends and family means every day is spent alone at home. Next slide. Funding for the nutrition program simply has not kept up with the need. We lost funding last year during sequestration, and it was restored for some of our programs, but at this point I have not heard that we will get our money back that we lost for the senior nutrition program. So without your support, there are senior citizens in your community that may go hungry. We had to put a freeze on adding any new clients a couple of years ago. We had, last count, 70 people on the waiting list over at Salmons, and more than that, probably for home delivered. The county has come up with additional funding that's helped. We're receiving additional funding through this grant. It's gone from 15 to 25, and we have been able to start adding clients back to the program here in Temple. So we're pleased to report that. But we got ourselves in such a financial bind, we didn't have any recourse but to not continue to add clients. We didn't cut anybody off. We just didn't add any more by attrition as they dropped off. Any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate it.
Is everybody still okay? All right. All right. Hill Country Transit District.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come today. 10 minutes is a very short time when we start doing this, so I'm going to run through this and give you what we know. Most of you are familiar with what we do. We operate in a 9-county area, but here in Temple we operate 3 fixed routes. We operate 510, 520, and 530. Those routes have been developed over the last 12 years. It's been that long since we started, and they have very, very good ridership, very successful routes. The hop routes provided in Temple also connect with other fixed routes operating in and from Coppers Cove, Killeen, and Harker Heights. We have stops in Nolanville and Belton. We bring a lot of veterans from towns to the west to the Temple VA, and many people travel to the Scott and White medical facilities in Temple on a daily basis. This is just an overview of our Temple service routes, and right in the middle there, that kind of square area is where we provide service from Route 200 that comes in from Killeen, bringing people from Coppers Cove, Killeen, Heights, Belton, to serve VA and Scott and White. I think we do a really good job of covering a lot of geographic area with a limited amount of resources. We try very hard to do that. We operate loop routes so we can cover a larger area. In addition to the fixed routes, we operate door-to-door service, and it's really important to understand that our funding request helps the HOP to provide this service as well. This is for people who cannot use regular fixed route service because of disabilities. If we did lose any fixed route service, it can also affect the level of door-to-door service, as it is offered as a complement to the fixed route services. And we go above and beyond on that as well. The federal requirements for a 3/4 mile, we operate throughout the entire city limits, carrying people that are eligible for that service. Our program purpose and benefits, we don't do all the things some of the agencies come and do, but we try to get people to where they go there. So the employment, the recreation, education, shopping. We also offer the opportunity for continued impact in a positive way on reducing congestion and reducing exhaust emissions. Results of this funding shortfall was one of the questions asked when we submitted our proposal. If local funding was not provided, Services may be reduced, and to be honest with you, probably would. This could result in a loss of Saturday service, a loss of weekday service, and/or a loss of existing fixed route services, and again, could pose adverse impacts on the door-to-door service through the same thing, reduction of service area, the reduction of service hours. And it'd really be a shame. We've worked really hard to build a very strong transit system in this area. It's a regional system. We've brought millions of dollars in. We brought almost $2 million in just 2 or 3 years ago through all the passenger shelters, which were very well received. And it's just a great opportunity to continue the growth rather than go backwards. Economic viability is critical to the area. We hear this a lot. Central Texas is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Outside businesses often consider this area for new offices and plants, and when they search for new homes, businesses typically have a list of viable factors, which includes a strong public transit system, which can help attract new businesses to the area. We measure our performance in terms of passengers per service hour. It's a standard transit industry measurement. The objective is to have no less than 10 passengers per service hour for the fixed routes overall. We do look at individual routes, but the primary objective is overall. For the FY 12-13 actual, we had 12.44. For the FY 13-14, 12.5, and our target is 12.55 for the upcoming fiscal year. 3 routes that we provide in each one of these. Route 510 serves downtown, South 1st Street, and 31st Street corridor. That's one of the most productive routes we have. Often generates more than 20 passengers per service hour, more than double what the standard is. And then routes 520 and 530, which operate on MLK and Country Lane along H. Dodge and Loop on 520. About 530 serves 24th and Avenue H area and west along Nugent in the northwest area. Both of those serve over 13 passengers per hour. So all 3 of the routes here in this area are above the average. For many years, we've run behind, if you will, on the way we draw money for our Section 5307 federal funds, which is the operating money that we're talking about today. And what's really happened is we've tried very hard to maximize the use of our funds, minimize the draw, and still retain full use of that fund. So we've been able to hold back some years and then rely on some of that in the following years. This has become increasingly difficult. We've been able to minimize our reliance on federal funds, but that's slowly becoming a bigger issue for us. Some federal apportionment history. In 2012, we were drawing and used $928,000, and as you can see, we drew 2 other previous years to help there, and so we're able to carry over. But this year, and then we're estimating next year, about $1.2 million draw on the federal apportionments. We're using federal money faster as well. Federal money does not come down to us right at the beginning of the year. It comes down towards the middle of the year. So if we don't get our money soon enough, we end up having to rely on what we already have just to get through for a couple of months until we actually get our federal money. Our costs have increased in the areas of salaries and fringe benefits, vehicle maintenance, partly due to increasing cost and partly due to aging fleet, fuel, insurance, tires, and facility costs. And just to touch on aging fleet, we do have about half our fleet beyond what's the normal life expectancy for vehicles. They are all in very good shape. We run them well, but they do cost a little more to maintain. And we've got a good program for replacement. It just takes time. The federal funds made available for public transit are actually intended to help young transit systems, such as what we did 10 or 15 years ago, get started, and then to grow on the reliance of the local community for funding. Over the last several years, the federal funding amount available for the Temple area has really failed to keep up with the rising cost of operating a transit system, and other sources of funding are needed. Some of these funding sources we've been using in the past. One of those is, since we first began, is relying in significant part on contract revenue as a means of matching federal funding, minimizing the impact on local cities for such local matching funds. However, the state has changed how they do their contract revenues. They went to bid this past year. They're doing a lot more privatization and brokerage service. We do anticipate changes in the MTP program. We do expect an adverse impact on our contract revenue availability. The Central Texas Regional Transit Advisory Group serves as the region's planning group for transit. That's part of the requirement that we have to report back to the state and how we plan and grow. We recently worked with Texas A&M Central Texas to conduct an unmet needs assessment regarding public transit in this region. Greater geographic coverage, later service hours, and more weekend service, and more frequent services are the areas that have been requested. The funding request that we're submitting today contains two elements. One element is the cost for the purchase of 2 new passenger shelters for use on South First Street as part of the city's improvement program. These shelters are planned for placement north of Avenue U, thereby serving the VA facility. This is very similar to what we did with the others. We just ran out of shelters, so to keep that program going, we do need 2 more. In addition to seeking funding for the shelters, we seek continued operating support. We're asking for $26,000 for the shelters. That includes the purchase of the shelters and installation and the operating cost of $142,040 for a total request of $168,040. The total Temple fixed route program and ADA complimentary, the entire public transit program we operate within the Temple area, has a budget of $3,106,700. With a local contribution of $142,040 by the City of Temple for operating support, the city's contribution is less than 5 cents for each program dollar. We recognize the request is an increase over last year's request. I would love to tell you that won't be the case next year, but I wouldn't be truthful with you. Similar increases are being requested of each urban city we serve. We request all our funds locally proportionate to the level of service provided within each city. We're greatly appreciative for the city's help, past and future, in our joint efforts to ensure the public transit system keeps pace with the growth of the region. We want to continue to grow. We'd greatly appreciate your continued support in helping us fund another transit year. If you have questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you so much, Council. Any questions? Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
You want to take a break? All right. If we could take, we're running a little ahead of schedule. If we could just take probably a 5 or 6 minute break, so I will temporarily pause the meeting. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now back in session. I have to keep everything very by the book because we have former Mayor Jones and former Mayor Marshall here, and so I will keep everything running very smoothly now that we have the microphone on. Thank you, Mayor Jones. You know, I mean, why would that happen with you in the audience? I don't know. If we could have Hillcrest Cemetery, Mr. Lee Mayfield, come up. I also see Ms. Brenda Coley in the audience. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. I am Lee Mayfield. I'm on the board of Hillcrest Cemetery, and I am not a native, but I certainly feel like a native. My wife and I moved here in '76. I joined a local company, had an office a block from here, and retired in 2003. But since my mother was a native of Temple, I've been coming here since the 40s, not only to the city, but to the cemetery itself. Prior to being involved in the board, I knew very little about the history of Hillcrest. And once I joined the board, we were given a brochure, which I hope you have a copy of. It's very, very informative. It's entitled The Historic Walking Tour, and on the inside it talks about a brief history of Hillcrest, which I'm not going to read any of that other than to say that, as you know, the cemetery was founded in 1877 before the city was. We have 70 acres, and in 1921, the name Hillcrest evolved for whatever reason, and it still prevails while the official name is Temple Cemetery Company. On the inside, you'll find a section titled Strolling Through Central Texas History, and there's a world of history in here if you're not familiar with the history of Hillcrest Cemetery. There's a list of all the pioneers that are buried in Hillcrest, and many of them were very prominent in the development of the city and also of Bell County. In addition, we have 7 historical markers, which is very impressive for a cemetery. As is mentioned in this brochure, the cemetery has been overseen by a volunteer group for the last 130 years. So the care, the maintenance, the upkeep of the cemetery really is subject to the enthusiasm and the action of the trustees or the board members, as we call them. So there have been ups and downs. In 2012, we had 7 new board members elected, and those 7, in conjunction with the remaining board members, decided on a new course of action, a new attitude, a new commitment, and a new willingness to enhance and improve the cemetery, not only from an image and service standpoint, but from an operational effectiveness standpoint. Our focus in the last 2 years has been primarily on the maintenance of the grounds and the landscaping. This had fallen in disrepair, and currently we utilize 2 full-time individuals who work 5.5 days a week. We've got 70 acres, and believe me, that is a full-time job for these 2 individuals, but we think we've made a lot of progress. An area that had fallen in disrepair was our roads. We've embarked on a program to improve on a gradual basis a certain amount of the roads each and every year. To date, in the last 2 years, we have spent a little under $45,000 doing that. In fact, we have just finished about 1.5 miles of road. So if we are able to continue doing that each and every year, we'll be on top of the situation and we'll be able to maintain it where it does not deteriorate again. An area that really takes an awful lot of time, which I didn't really understand until I was there and witnessed it, is the service to the families as provided by our manager, Sarah Federle. We have families that would come in, they haven't been in for 10 or 15 years, they're looking for a loved one. We locate them on the map for them, we give them a map, we direct them to the site. If they can't find it, we then go out and take them and find the grave site. And so there's a tremendous amount of time spent dealing with loved ones who come in to see their relatives who have passed. We answered a lot of questions, and that's in addition to the everyday duties of the manager of the cemetery. Record keeping is another area of focus and really very, very important. We've gotten on top of our financials through QuickBooks, and we now have accurate financial statements, a P&L, and a balance sheet each and every month. Plus, we've even started into budgeting, which we've done for the last 2 years. And that, of course, budgeting is kind of a tricky art, as I'm sure all of you know. All of the other records, the burial records, are by hand, and I think that probably says enough. Some of them are as old as 100 years. Our thought, our desire, our plan is to get the data organized where we can transfer it into some software program, get it on a computer, and then we can slice it and dice it as needed based on the name, the location, whatever. We spend a tremendous amount of time trying to locate records at the current time. Our limitation primarily is funding, and our funding is dwindling. The benefits of funding, I think, are probably pretty obvious. However, what may not be obvious is the fact that the industry is changing and has been changing dramatically for the last 10 years. Cremations, are now 40% of the burial business and on the increase. Cremation cost is approximately 35% of a standard burial cost, so that you can see the average American family is seeking a more cost-effective way to bury their loved ones, and that's, of course, putting pressure on the revenue streams of all the people in the funeral business. Our trust fund is down 65% in the last 10 years, so one of the major benefits of funding would be to bolster our trust fund. Another, of course, would be to continue to operate at a high standard, which we all desire. We've also developed some new programs, as we're certainly not happy with our revenue curve going down. We want to reverse that. We started a brick fund program last year where we're selling inscribed bricks for $100 a pop, and they're placed in front of the Floca Pavilion out at the cemetery. We've raised a little over $10,000, and that's an ongoing program. We just started a burial space sale, which was advertised in the paper. We're selling lots at a reduced rate of $500 from May the 12th through June the 7th. I anticipate that we're going to raise about $50,000, which was unplanned in our budgeting process. We're already close to about $77,000 after 3 days of bad weather and 1 day of sunshine. We also plan to do a feasibility study on developing a columbarium. For those of you that are not familiar with a columbarium, that is the new type of burial space for cremation remains, and they come in all different types of configurations, but normally a brick wall that will have sections 12 by 12, 12 by 15 within them, and the urns are placed inside. We think that holds a financial windfall, but we want to look at it from a financial standpoint and see if feasibility is there to make some money. Even if we are successful, we're still going to need significant funding in order to accomplish our goals and to keep Hillcrest viable. A loss of funding obviously is going to result in inadequate maintenance of our grounds and our roads, a reduction of service to our customers, an inability to develop revenue-generating programs, and ultimately a loss of business and insolvency. And that's obviously where we don't want to go. Thank you.
Great.
Any
Thank you so
questions?
much. Councilman, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you to the board members who are here as well. Keep Temple beautiful. I think we could have a board meeting and just call it a done deal for the month.
We could, if you like. Would you like to make that a motion, maybe?
No
we
comment.
just go ahead and vote on our budget and just get it approved. So,
Get it over real quick.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you. Thomas Baird, know most of you. Y'all probably said, uh-oh, here's Thomas once again with his favorite topic, Keep Temple Beautiful. But it is my favorite topic because I think it's one of the most critical aspects of our community, because it deals with what we think of ourselves and what others think about us. It has to do with our own image, what we think, what we believe. It has to do with what we want to do with our city when we grow up. Are we going to be a 21st century city that's going to attract young people, businesses, jobs, opportunities? Is it going to continue to be the kind of community that you want to be part of? Or is it going to be like a lot of towns out in West Texas that seem to be blowing away and disappearing? And the difference has to do with the people. It has to do with the attitude of the people, what we think about ourselves and what we're willing to do and the sacrifices we're going to make. And that's one reason I'm such a passionate supporter of Keep Temple Beautiful and have been for the last decade or so. And many of you have heard about our various programs. We've been a frequent recipient of the Governor's Award, which is a program that the governor and TxDOT have put together. And every so many years you can win, and once you win, you can't win for several more years. Last year, we were under the mistaken belief that we could win again, based upon the projects and things that we were doing. They changed the rules and they forgot to tell us, so we worked real hard all last year, and we actually just found out we had a score for last year of 97.38, which was the highest anyone in our category. And if we had actually been eligible, we would have won. Well, we couldn't win, so we didn't win. But we are rededicating ourselves because we think we can win. And we think that we can, and when we win, that means that we receive $270,000, not for ourselves, but for our community, to deal with the beautification projects along our streets and roads that are part of the TxDOT system in the city of Temple. That's most every one of our major thoroughfares. And these past successes in winning the Governor's Award have been the catalyst for many of the beautification projects and projects in our community, and TMed and I-35 and different things. And so it's very, very important. And this year's award would be $270,000. And to do that, to be eligible to win, there's 6 or 7 different categories, and we've been working since the very beginning of the year in each of those categories to make sure that we're doing all the things that will make our city more attractive, have better curb appeal, to show the spirit of our community. And it's amazing how all this stuff kind of comes together with support from the city staff, from the city council, from different partners throughout the community, our school districts, just many of our different master gardeners groups and different ones in our community, cleanup groups, neighborhood associations. We're coordinating and working with all these different groups for cleanups, for hazardous waste cleanup, neighborhood cleanup, litter surveys, litter cleanup. We're involved in all these aspects of our community, dealing with different overlay districts, sometimes an ugly word, but one very necessary if we're going to have a 21st century city. Many of the things that we've been working on for years are beginning to come to fruition. And the reason we've been able to do that is because of the great generosity of the city council and the city staff in helping us with our budget. We run a very lean and mean operation. We only have one paid employee, our executive director, and she does the work of about 3 people. And she certainly works us enough to get our money's worth, so to speak, because she is just everywhere, all over our community, volunteering, coordinating, assisting in any number of projects on just a regular basis, working with our school district, working with the city staff. And if we did not have our paid staff person, then it would be just a group of volunteers. And our great concern, after all our great success, if we don't have the revenue to help keep our staff going, then we began to become a bunch of disorganized, dysfunctional volunteers, which we were a number of years ago, until we got an executive director and a paid employee. Because now, with that position filled, we have someone who can coordinate all the different groups in our community to make it a better place to live, to grow, to have economic development, to deal with the attitude of our citizens and the curb appeal, and all those things that are so important to make this part of a 21st century city. We are asking for $55,000. We know that's a stretch. We get revenue from the water bills, $6,000 or $7,000 a year. We get some individual grants, some memoriams from people from time to time. But it really takes us, our base operation, about $65,000 a year. And so, as many of you know, because I've knocked on your doors and asked for money, both personally and corporately, is that, we're out there still raising money. We can often, I've learned one thing in the last decade. If it comes to a tree or a child, I can get money pretty quick. If it comes for something that's not a tree or a child, it's real hard. And so we're out there working to do some of the hard things that allow us to help take care of the kids and take care of the trees and the beautification projects that we can raise money for. We can raise money for programs, but we have a very difficult time. People just have a hard time paying for the necessary part of any organization. That's the staffing and that's the operation. And so we would respectfully request, if it help, I get down on bended knee, I would do so to keep our funding in place. And if you were so gracious to increase it a little bit, would be very grateful. Because we want City of Temple to be all it can be. We want it to be a beautiful place. We want it to be a place of great curb appeal. We want to continue to receive some of the things that we begin to hear from people that come through our community. Wow, what's going on in Temple? Y'all look a lot different than you used to. What have y'all done different? Well, we put sidewalks in, hike and bike trails. We picked up the litter. We've instituted some standards. We've had code enforcement. We've worked on getting rid of illegal dumping. It's not one thing. It's many, many, many things working as a team with the whole community to make this the kind of place we need to have a successful city that will attract young people, professionals, new businesses to locate here, to have jobs, to make people want to come back and live here and make this their home for their lifetime. It's been a great city. It's been my home since I was in the 3rd grade, and it's provided me a great living. It's provided me a great place to live. It's got me a place to raise my kids, and I want it to continue for the next 50, 60, 70, 100 years. And what will do that is the way we look and the way we think about ourselves and the ability to attract new jobs, new opportunity, and new people. And so I thank you for this time. And Mayor, I said I was going to keep in 5 minutes, but I'm a lawyer. I just can't do that.
Yeah, but it was almost perfectly 10, which is incredibly impressive. So
I practiced a long
So you
time
get
to
extra
do that.
points for that.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Thomas. And thank you to the Keep Temple Beautiful board members who've been here today. Ronald McDonald House. Susan Bolton.
I guess I need to time myself. Is that right?
No, you. We'll time you.
Okay. Throw something. Y'all know I like to talk.
Perry, you got to tell her.
I love to talk, and I love to talk about this special house. The Ronald McDonald House in Temple turned 27 years old last year. We'll be 28 in September, and thousands of families have called this their temporary home when they have children receiving medical treatment at area hospitals. People who have children who are born prematurely, people who have triplets that one of them's in one hospital and 2 are in another hospital. How do you handle that? But they stay at the Ronald McDonald House and they can take care of themselves there, and their kids are taken care of in the hospital, and so that's a big deal. We have families who stay with us when they've been in a car accident near the temple and they need a place to be when they live far away, 45 miles or more from Temple. They need a place to stay. So we have 19 bedrooms where they can be at home away from home. They can wash their clothes. They can cook the meals they like. They can be together as a family. They can play in the playroom, kids and adults both. They can just be together as a family and with other families in similar situations. You and I may have the same problem, and you may have figured out a way to deal with it when I haven't, so you could help me with that, and that's very helpful. I will never forget, years ago, there was a lady named Billy and a girl named Millie. Millie was an older woman who had never worked outside the home. She didn't know much about what was going on, but she was staying at the Ronald McDonald House. Billy was a soldier, and she had worked all her life outside the home, and she had a child who was in Cedar Crest. And those two women probably never would have crossed paths had it not been for the Ronald McDonald House. But they were able to help each other deal with their problems when they were sitting around the kitchen table. And they became friends after that, and were really, that was a big, good connection for them. The families who stay with us become like family to one another, to different families. We have a bulletin board that's 14 feet long, and it has pictures of some of the families who have been there. And I can go through there, and I don't remember every one of them, but I'll never forget the man who ate ice cream with chopsticks, and I will never forget the little girl who was born weighing 14 ounces, which is a little bit more than that Coke can, or the twins. I started working there January 20th of 1990. A lady called me about a year ago and said, "Hi, what you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm working. You know who this is?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, I had a baby and we stayed there." Well, that narrows it down a little bit. And I said, "Well, if you tell me your name, I might be able to remember." Well, she told me her name, and sure enough, I did remember her because I had been working there 6 days, and every day she would tell me how much water it took to flush a toilet. Every day she would tell me that. And back 20 years ago, we didn't talk about it that much, so she really stood out in my mind. Well, a few months later, this woman calls again. She finally told me her name. She calls again, and she goes, "What you doing?" So she came by to visit, and she didn't bring her twins with her, who are now 24, but she brought a picture of these two boys who look nothing alike. And I said, "Oh, they don't look so much alike." And she goes, "Oh, yeah, they're identical." So every time I'm taking somebody on tour of the house, I say, "Do they look like identical twins to you?" They don't look identical to me, but that's okay. She thinks they are, and that's fine. We have families who stay with us who they cannot stay there if they're even suspected of child abuse. They're not welcome at the Ronald McDonald House because nobody needs that stress. And we are there for families who have children who have diseases or, like I said, car wrecks or something like that. So we have families who come from McLean Children's Hospital. The NICU, has the NICU moved over there? I guess it has. I don't know for sure. It has? Okay, thank you. Anyway, and then we have families who come from Cedar Crest and Belton. So we have families from all over. We are asking for money to get meals for the families. Right now we have food in the two kitchens. We have 2 double kitchens, and the families are, it's up to them to fix the meals they want. But I mean, we provide some stuff, but we don't provide a meal as such. We had a lot of people bringing meals in, but then I don't know if the government did it or if it's just Ronald McDonald House did it, but we can't have people just bring homemade stuff in anymore. It's got to be made in a commercial kitchen or from a restaurant or something. So we're hoping to pump the Temple community up by buying some meals from restaurants or maybe something like Sam's or something, get the lasagnas or something so the families will have meals at the house. If you're not busy this Sunday, we're having a fundraiser. Sunday night, we're going to have a bunch of NFL alumni in town, and we're going to have a dinner and auction Sunday night at the Expo Center. We're bringing a bunch of NFL alumni, about close to 40, into town. So we're bringing some money into town. I have to tell you this little side story. I was driving home last night. I worked yesterday till 9 o'clock last night, and I was so tired, and I was driving home, and my phone rang, and I thought, oh, good, it's my daughter. So I picked up the phone. Hey, Susan, it's Dee Dee Lewis. Do y'all know who Dee Dee Lewis is? I nearly had a wreck. I was so excited. Dee Dee Lewis played for the Cowboys, if you don't know. And I was so excited. He said, do you have room in your tournament for me? Heck, I'd make room for him. And I said, shoot, yeah. And then he's bringing another guy with him. So Dee Dee Lewis is coming in today. We've had more guys do the same thing. So we're going to have a full slate of NFL alumni. Bob Lilly, Randy White, Walt Garrison, and some of the good Cowboys from way back when I was watching. I mean, I was still watching when they first started when I was a kid. Anyway, I would love for y'all to come. The golf tournament is Monday, but I'm excited to say it's full. We can't take any more golfers. So I appreciate what y'all do for the city, and I appreciate your time, and I hope you'll consider our request.
I was afraid you were going to ask us to cook.
Yeah, that's fine. You said that. You?
I did.
Come on, you can cook at the house.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. You've done that, haven't you?
Well, sure.
Well, come on back.
Do you have any Perry stories before we finish?
Unless you're going to pay me.
Her time is
Then
up.
go to the
Her time is going. Susan, thanks for everything you do.
I think Temple is probably one of the smaller towns to have a Ronald McDonald House, but I think it says a lot about Temple, and I think it says a lot about us. And I think we're a great team. I think it's
It sure is a great one.
great. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Right. St. Vincent de Paul, Gene Deutscher.
Thank you, Mayor Dunn and members of the council. This is a first-time experience for St. Vincent de Paul, as Mr. Wick mentioned earlier in his presentation, excuse me, regarding the Help Center. He's transitioning out and I'm transitioning in, but I retain a seat on the board at St. Vincent de Paul and am an officer of the corporation serving as secretary-treasurer. So here in that capacity, as opposed to executive director, making this presentation to you. We have our executive committee here, Cheryl Trout, who's a senior VP with Extraco Banks, Dan Jones, and Gary Janacek. Gary is the current chair of our board of directors, and Dan is the vice chair. And I'm happy to have them with me so they can correct me if I make mistakes in my presentation. St. Vincent de Paul is a Catholic faith-based organization. It is a 501c3 tax-exempt organization. It is supported in the main by United Way of Central Texas and the 3 Catholic parishes. However, the people who come to St. Vincent de Paul demonstrating need are not required to specify any particular religious affiliation with any identity whatsoever. There are no questions asked about religious affiliation. Were it not for the generosity of United Way and the 3 Catholic parishes, the mission would not exist. The 3 legs of the stool, if you will, include a very active food pantry. In our humble opinion, the most generous in terms of quantity that is distributed to clients when they come for food. There is also a financial benevolence program that we administer on behalf of people who need assistance with rent, utility, pharmaceutical prescriptions, birth certificates, things of that sort. And I think most of you are familiar with the fact that the mission also operates a thrift store. Everything that we have in the thrift store is a zero balance inventory system. Everything is donated, nothing is purchased. If it's recyclable, we attempt to sell it. And those items that we cannot sell, we ourselves recycle. We have a working contract with Charity Clothing in Dallas, Texas. They send an 18-wheeler down about every 6 weeks. And those soiled or torn items of clothing that we cannot recycle are weighed and brought up there where they send them to underdeveloped countries. And we get 5 or 6 cents a pound for those items. We are in the process of upgrading our food pantry system. And in part, that's why our mission is here being represented before you folks today. We have no refrigeration for perishable produce, perishable food, milk products. We do have a walk-in freezer. Like most of the other food pantries, when perishable items are available through the Capital Area Food Bank in Austin, we have access to those, but on a very limited basis. And there are caps on what amounts you are able to purchase. We do get some meat products, poultry products, and milk products from time to time from the PFG distribution center here in town. But one of the issues that we face is that when we serve our clients, we can see the struggles on their faces. We can see the struggles on their bodies. We can see the disease, if you will. We can see the high blood pressure. We can see the fact that, gee whiz, we can give you food, but it's not the most nourishing in the world. It'll keep you alive, but it probably won't keep you healthy. So we're embarked on a program to augment the non-perishable items that we get from the Capital Area Food Bank with perishable items. We want to include vegetables and fresh produce and milk products and be able to do that safely. We are inspected twice a year by the Bell County Health Department, so we have requirements that we have to meet. But our ability to have a refrigerated unit within our food pantry to complement the freezer that we already have will enable us to enhance the quality of the food that we provide to the residents of the city of Temple who need to come to us for service to sustain themselves and their families. We've recently switched from a here's your food system to a system that we call client choice. Our inventory changes every week. It's dependent on what we can get from the Capital Area Food Bank. So whatever we happen to have in the inventory, we create paper menus and we give them to our clients, and they circle the items that they would like to have from our food pantry. So it's almost like going to H-E-B and shopping yourself, except they don't go into the food pantry. They simply give us the menu. Our volunteers circulate throughout the food pantry safely, packing what they have requested. And then we give them, instead of a bag with groceries that heretofore was, gee whiz, you know, I like this, but I don't like this. Everything in there is what they chose themselves. And if we have the ability to enhance our nutritional offerings with a refrigerated unit, we feel that we'd be doing the city of Temple and its residents and those that we serve through our food pantry a big step toward life enhancement. Thanks for your consideration. We're delighted to have an opportunity to be here, and for us, this is a one-time shot. We sustain ourselves pretty well with the generous contributions that we get from other elements of the community, and certainly would not be disinclined to come back if we recognize the need that you could help us with. But I speak on behalf of the executive committee and the board in telling you that this is a one-time need, and we figured we'd give it a shot with you folks. So happy to be here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dorcher. Thank you, board members, for being here. Temple College Foundation. Jennifer Graham.
This is one of my visuals, and you guys are all going to need this as part of, or your part of my presentation. You have a QR code reader on your phones?
I don't know.
You'll need that. So first of all, I'm Jennifer Graham, Executive Director of the Temple College Foundation, and I want to thank you for having us here today. We came last year and we asked for a grant to start a bike share program in Temple. And our motto at the foundation is that we're keeping the community connected to the college, and we are keeping the community connected to the college. We're also keeping the community connected to the community. And I want to go through, do you want me to click or do you want to click? I want to go through sort of the idea behind the Ride Bike Temple program. As you know from last year, we want to connect the businesses that are within the TMed area and the institutions. That includes Temple College, the University Courtyard Apartments, Scott and White, the VA. We also want to make sure that we're expanding our public transportation options, and bike riding is obviously one of the best public transportations that we can have. We want to look at encouraging and healthy habits, riding bikes, using the hike and bike trails, and reducing that short distance auto traffic. When you think about the interns, the doctors, the students that are traveling between Scott and White, the VA, and the college, that's a tremendous amount of very short distance traffic that if we can eliminate that with the use of bikes instead of autos, we're not only helping traffic patterns, but we're also helping our environment. And again, you guys just finished the amazing Friars Creek Trail within that TMed district, and it's the best connector between two of those entities. And now that we've got the sidewalks and the bike trail along First Street finished, you've also connected the VA. So you've got all of those entities connected via hike and bike trail, and so the bikes are a perfect opportunity to use those trails. Thomas mentioned, and he's my board chair, the idea that we really want to become a community that has progressive ideas and things in place that make people look and say, wow, what's different, and why are you the community that you are? And a bike share program puts us head and shoulders above what other communities are doing. You look at Austin, Fort Worth, San Antonio, and I don't even think Dallas has a bike share program. But those are probably the three major cities that have bike shares. There are a few small towns that have attempted bike shares, but none of them have had a bike share program that is automated, which ours is, which is a membership program, which ours is, and none of them have a fleet of bikes that are similar bikes, and we'll get to our bikes in just a moment. But I want to share with you that the way that you access the program is you register online as a member. That gives us the ability to track the number of folks that are involved, and it also gives us the ability to allow people to access bikes through a credit card payment. So they will donate money for bike bucks. You get 21 days of bike riding for $20. And I would encourage you, once again, use that QR code to get yourself a membership now and buy your bike bucks. Those that become members before June 1st, it's that price, $20 for 21 bike rides, and those are 12-hour bike rides. As of June 1st, it goes up, and it will be double that. So it still isn't expensive, but right now it's $1 a day to ride a bike. You'll swipe your driver's license at the bike station. So the system is completely automated. You go to the key kiosk. At each bike station has its own key kiosk. You swipe your driver's license, it recognizes you, and it knows that you've got bike bucks available, and it asks you, what bike do you want? And you get to look at the fleet of bikes at that station. You get to choose the bike that's your bike. And you have girls' bikes and boys' bikes and kids' bikes. You have bikes with baskets and you have bikes with training wheels. There is every kind of bike you could possibly want. When you're finished riding your bike, it comes with a bike lock, and so when you get to that key kiosk, you take the key out, and it will unlock the bike lock on your particular bike. They're all numbered, and you'll go ahead and ride, do what you need to do, and you've got a bike lock to use so that you can take it wherever you need to go around town, whether that's H-E-B or Walmart or over to the VA or off to your classes, wherever you need to go. You return your bike to the same station, and again, you slide your driver's license and you return the key. All automated. It takes care of everything for you. You don't need to carry cash with you. It keeps track of your account, very much like the Texas toll system does, where you put money into that account and you just kind of use down. We have done an amazing job, if I do say so myself, branding the city. And this program has the 3 current bike stations. We have Temple College installed, we have the University Courtyards installed, and we have Scott and White installed. Each bike has its own brand, and you see the painting. So the Temple College bikes are gold with black leopard spots. The University Courtyard bikes are black with gold leopard spots, and then the Baylor Scott and White bikes are teal, yellow, and blue stripes. And you can see them in this picture here. So each bike station is branded with its entity's brand. It's a fabulous, you see those bikes around town and you can't miss them, and you know exactly where they came from, and it's a great way of saying we are Team Ed and we're all connected. This is also probably the most inexpensive public transportation that we can access. We've got students at the college that are living at University Courtyard apartments partly because they have direct access to the college, but they have no transportation. They don't have cars. They can't get anywhere else. So you ask them how they go grocery shopping. And some of them will walk across the street to the corner store, but most of them are trying to get to H-E-B. Walking to H-E-B is a bit of a trek. Riding a bike to H-E-B is really no big deal. We've got students that had car trouble and were trying to get around town, and they were borrowing bikes from us before we even opened the bike station. So we've seen tremendous use. We've seen some residents riding from Scott and White over to the VA, and that's their mode of transportation. We also really want to look at that healthy living standard and the idea that we are a community that cares about staying in good shape and in good health. If we're in the middle of the Temple Medical District, we want to make sure that we're looking at things that say, hey, this is what we as a city deem important and valuable for us. And of course, I mentioned that infrastructure and looking at your trail system. When the city manager first brought up the PSAs and talked about how do these strategically match your goals and how do these fit in the value of the strategy, you have gotten partnerships through this program with the college, the foundation, Scott and White, the Scott and White Health Plan, and you've made this tremendous dent in your strategic goals. And so I've listed your goals for you. I obviously won't read them to you again, but I want to talk to you a little bit about the level of partnership that you've accessed. You have Scott and White, who purchased their own station, set up their own station. Theirs was all paid for. You had no part of that, but they wouldn't have done it if there weren't a system for them to buy into, so to speak. You've got the college. The college has provided all of the student workers, and we have had over 20 student workers work on this project, and we'll get to volunteer hours in just a minute. But the college has also installed a station at their site. You helped pay for the key kiosk, the automated part of their station, but they took care of getting all of their own bikes, buying their own bike rack, and doing all of that sort of thing on their own. The foundation you helped us the most, and we are the ones that have provided all of the work. We have done all of the automation and the IT setup with the help from, and let me just say, with the amazing help of Brandon Harris from the city. He has helped us determine what we needed to purchase as far as servers and routers, and I didn't understand VPN until now, but I get it now. And he has really sort of guided us along the way and shown us what we needed to do and how to do it. He actually stayed up one night and did all of the programming of the routers and getting them all in place and helping us get our servers set up so that we could run this. We've also been in charge of getting all of the bikes. We've procured all of the bikes from donations from the community, as well as worked with partnership with the City of Temple Police Department when they have bikes that they need to get rid of, and they, by contract, must get rid of their bikes that they collect, either stolen or lost or picked up on the side of the road. And usually they have to pay to get rid of those bikes. Well, we come pick up a bike load, a trailer load, about once every 6 weeks, and we clean them all up, paint them up, do complete bike maintenance on them, get them roadworthy and ready to ride, and takes that burden from the police department as well. So again, that partnership is now becoming so far-reaching, and it's beyond just the main entities that joined us. I want to talk about the entities we'd like to continue to include. The VA was an original partner in spirit. They want to be a part of it. They donated all of their own bikes. They are 100%. They were collecting bikes with us. They have volunteers that have helped us. They could not get their station, they could not pay for the station themselves. Because of government regulation, they could not spend the money on the key kiosks. So they do not have a station. We have their bikes. We've got their branding, their red, white, and blue bikes. And we're excited to get them online, but they're not there yet. And that's one of the reasons we're coming back to you this year, is we want to get the entire T-Med district connected and involved in this.
Ms. Green, you've got about 1 minute left.
And I can do it. Watch me now.
I know you can.
So phase one, we have done
No doubt.
everything in phase one that we said we would. So if you look at that checklist, we are completely checked off with phase one. Phase two, we want to get the expanded stations in line and get them over at the VA for sure. That's our first priority. And then we'd like to look at West Campus and downtown. We also need to get the infrastructure set up. Bike maintenance, I have Hans Van Meegen. He has donated weeks to getting all of our bikes roadworthy. Rashid Ahmed has donated months getting them all painted. And he has led, both of these two have led cadres of huge volunteer hours. Our budget and our ask is there. And I just want to remind you, this is what we're about. We have over 1,000 volunteer hours involved in this, and we're not ready to stop. We're ready to keep going. So thank you for your time. Any questions I can answer? Thank you very much.
I think this is a great program, and this was my first meeting as mayor last year. When I heard this, I was too shy to ask, but since we're on the record, Mr. Blackburn, do you remember I had this idea like 5 years ago?
I do.
And you just needed somebody to make it happen, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, he was shaking his head no, and so yeah, it's great. It's wonderful.
It is exciting. We had our Tour de T-Med kickoff, and we had over 40 riders in the Tour de T-Med, and all of our bikes were out on the road that day. They all came and used the bike share bikes.
I thought the bike was brought in so Jonathan could demonstrate for us.
You know, I'm going to ask Jonathan just kind of take a day off if you don't mind.
That's how he's getting home.
Yeah. And now we have the Temple Housing Authority, or Central Texas Housing Consortium. If you would have used that name, you could have gone earlier in the day.
Oh, okay.
Barbara Rosano.
Where you weren't quite as worn out from all the requests. So our grant request today is to replace computers at Rose Hall, 10 computers. It's $10,000. And what we're asking for actually meets the second part of our mission statement, which says to administer programs that offer opportunities for low-income persons to advance in society. Of course, our primary focus is affordable housing, but this grant would relate more to that part of our mission statement. This is Rose Hall. Well, let me get back. This is Rose Hall. In 2007, we had the opportunity to purchase this. This was the old Marks Cleaners building, so we were really fortunate to be able to do that. It's close to a lot of our property. It's in walking distance for a lot of it, so perfect location for us and a neat way to repurpose a building that would have been abandoned otherwise. You can see Francis Graham Hall is one of our high-rises right there behind it. So it's been a great building for us and a community center. We did name it Rose Hall. A lot of you probably still remember Hal Rose was our executive director for 20 years, so we did this in honor of him. And for 20 years, he did serve the low-income citizens of our community, so we did that to recognize that. Inside, we have a large community room and kitchen. We use that for all kinds of activities. We have health fairs, job fairs, weekly social events for the elderly, nutrition classes, summer science camps for our kids, holiday celebrations, employee events, etc. We also have community partners that will use this building on occasion. For example, Head Start does their little graduation there every year. Scott and White came in, did a Matter of Balance, some of their classes. So we have a lot of partners that will come in and use our facility. And what we're focusing on today is the computer lab that we have in this building. We have a large lab there. We use it for computer classes and GED classes. Right now, the computers that are there are using the XP operating system. They're all networked together in a server. We have Time Warner Cable provides free high-speed internet access to this, so that's a great partner for us there. And then there's 2 printers that are hooked up as well. Although the primary users of this is our residents for a variety of activities. Again, we also have a lot of community partners that use this, and 2 of the main ones are United Way and AARP. They come in every year with their tax preparation program. This past year, the year before, United Way did 307 tax returns there, and they were able to get over $400,000 in tax refunds and tax credits for the people that used their service. And then AARP filed 321 tax returns, again at no cost to their clients. And AARP has let us know that they won't be able to use this going forward because they need more updated computers. They need Windows 7 or Windows 8 in order to make it viable for their software that they use. So also, our computer instructor has let us know that he's concerned about the age and the speed of the computers. When we come in, when people are learning job skills, they need to learn on something that's a little more current with what technology's out there if they're going to be able to use it well. There are currently 19 computers that are in this lab, and they range from 2004 to 2008. Most of them are actually from 2007. We did have a grant funding at that time that allowed us to purchase it when we opened the center. And so this grant request is to replace 10 of those. We would also budget to replace some of those as well in-house. And then our old computers, we've been doing this for years. We donate them to Temple College. Temple College has a program there where they refurbish computers, and then those are in turn given to low-income citizens throughout the community after they've refurbished them. So I know one of the questions was if you don't get your entire grant, what happens? Obviously, we would reduce the number of computers that we would replace in this year. We also know that there'd be a little over 500 families that would pay about $100 to get their tax returns done, which is a little over $50,000. So that alone would make this pay itself back in less than 3 months, the investment in it. And that is money that those families do need for critical household expenses that would be better served than paying to have their taxes done. So my last slide, this is Mark Sear. He's one of our residents. He teaches our computer classes, both beginning and intermediate classes. He also teaches quite a few classes for Temple College. We started doing that for them a few years ago. Besides the classes that he's teaching, like this summer he will teach a specific course for our teenagers or young teens and teach them how to use the internet and in a positive way and to do all kinds of topics like college, travel, automobiles, community services. So, and I think that's about it, unless you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bosa. Council, any questions? All right.
All right, thanks.
TISD, Ms. Lou Ann Hughes. And Dr. Battershell. We were excited.
Be sure to congratulate them on the Board of the Year.
Can we congratulate you before you begin on the Board of the Year award?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
We are just thrilled. We've got a great board, and y'all have really been supportive of our board, especially by donating your wife to our cause many times.
And remind Jennifer that Tim was the one that brought that up.
Oh, okay, I will.
The brownie points. So.
But thank you.
I'll tell her I don't mind.
Okay. She's great. No, we have which is the Board of Boards, and it's nice to see the state recognize them. They truly have kids' best interests at heart, and there are no personal agendas, and they do business. So they're great. Absolutely terrific. What we're bringing you today is kind of an outgrowth of an initiative that started last September. This is a collaborative effort, and I'm going to put on glasses because I'm 54 years old, and it's required for me to even see the watch in front of me. When you heard Barbara present, obviously things are very technology savvy right now. The residents at Temple Housing Authority are, and certainly our students expect that. So our taxpayers approved in September a tax ratification election, and that was to begin a one-on-one initiative with our students. And we're rolling that out over time because we can't afford everything in 1 year. And it's the same thing with the proposal we bring before you today. We can't afford everything at one time. With that one-on-one initiative beginning in this August, our ninth graders will each receive a computer that is to use at school and at home. At school is taken care of. The home is not always taken care of, and that's why we present to you today. This is I'm bringing to you the composite of 7 community members that have been working on how to provide low-cost or cost-effective. You don't need to go yet. I'm giving an overview. But how to give a cost-effective way of internet capability to all of our citizens. When we looked at that, those partners are City of Temple, Temple Housing Authority, Temple College, Temple Economic Development, Ralph Wilson Youth Club, Temple ISD, and the Chamber of Commerce. There were kind of 3 areas that we wanted to concentrate on. One were our schools, where we're going to do extended library hours, and then our ACE program, which is on every campus until 6 p.m., and that will provide internet for our students and for their parents. That's one leg of the stool. The third leg of the stool was community, and we're working with the Chamber of Commerce where they can provide some fairly inexpensive systems where kids can go to hotspots in the community and pick up internet coverage. And then we're going to provide some access points at some of the churches in town and some of our key neighborhoods. The third area, the third leg of the stool, is the reason I'm before you today, and that is our neighborhoods. In our low-income neighborhoods, you're going to see a slide here in just a second. We've got a lot of low-income neighborhoods. We are targeting a few of those, and we'll talk about those that we're going to target and what we wish to provide to those. This is Temple ISD in a nutshell. These are our number of students. Those are our campuses. 73% are on free and reduced lunch, and really it's 76% by this point in time. Right now our computer ratio is 5-to-1. With the tax ratification election, it begins a one-on-one initiative. It begins with ninth graders, and as they migrate through the system, then it begins with the next set of ninth graders, and they keep those computers throughout their high school careers. Within 2 years, we begin with the middle school, and then 3 years from now, we go to the elementary schools. This is our flow chart of how students learn from a pretty basic type of learning, which is remembering, to a more complex way of learning, which is creating. What computers provide to our students is they allow us to function at the levels of application and beyond. And right now, with SAT, ACT changes and with changes in our state testing, they no longer test at the remembering and the understanding level. Whether that's good or bad, I'm not here to comment on that, but they test at that application level and beyond. And what computers allow us to do is to operate at those levels. Need for connectivity. With that one-on-one initiative, not all of our students have internet connectivity. 25% of 8th graders that polled don't have it. There's the breakdown at the bottom of that. Some of those don't have a computer at home at all, which they will have one, at least not beginning with 9th graders next year. And another group of those, they may have a computer, but they don't have internet capability. 5-pronged approach, community hotspots, dedicated hotspots in large dwelling areas, which is the one we're going to talk about today, extended school hours, which I just briefed you on. We're working on reduced rates for data connections. Those are the various entities that we're working with, and then personal Wi-Fi devices for checkouts for projects that they can check out from the school libraries. The purpose of the Connected Temple Junior, it's a partnership. There you see the partners. It's a part of Connected Temple that focuses on dedicated hotspots for Temple ISD students. You may ask, why is this important? Textbooks are going online now. Homework will go online. Assignments go online. They have to be able to feed back information. We know that this is the way that we prepare our students for career fields in the future as well. So it's not just within the school walls now, it has to go outside of the school walls. I'll say, too, it's not just Temple ISD, but Temple College is part of this, too, because they have the same issues that we have. Where connections needed, 81% of our 8th graders polled they go home after school. When we talked with our housing areas, they want them to go home after school. And so we've got to get into those neighborhoods and allow them to be able to access their homework and things at home. Students in large dwelling areas, approximately 6,000 of our students are on free and reduced lunch. Approximately 800 of those live in the large dwelling areas. Of those 800, approximately 375 would be served through this. However, the locations determined, these are the three ways that the criteria that we use. The number of free and reduced lunch students within an area. We try to get our largest concentrations of free and reduced lunch students. Availability of common areas. In other words, there has to be a place where they can go within those housing areas. And then a partnership with housing management. Do we have partners that are willing to work with us? This is a really teeny little pieces to the pie, but these are all the places that our free and reduced lunch students live. And we've highlighted the areas that we're going to focus on. There are 5 highlighted areas and 10 access points. Canyon Creek, which is our largest area up at the top, there would be 3 access points, Wayman Manor 2. And then the 3 that are down at the bottom are part of the Temple Housing Authority. I learn something every day. I presumed that a lot of our low-income neighborhoods were all with Temple Housing Authority, and that's not true. We have some that are privately owned, but they're subsidized. Canyon Creek and Wayman Manor are 2 of those. The access point locations, there's the 3 at Canyon Creek, the 2 at Wayman Manor, and then Central Texas Housing Authority, and those are the ones that are listed there, and obviously that helps Barbara and her group as well. Program cost, I'm going to give it over to Luann.
So what we found is providing individual connections for students is cost prohibitive. So that's why we went to a model of looking at common areas where we can connect 32 students per access point. So as you see here, the cost in the initial implementation is approximately $2,177. That includes the install of the equipment and power. Ongoing costs are about $570. So when you work that out between the 375 students that will be served in the grant, you're talking about it's really about $15 a year per student. The equipment we're looking at putting in is a Cradlepoint router from Verizon. You add a MiFi to that, and again, it looks very much similar to what you would see as a wireless access point probably in your house. But 32 students can connect to that connection at one time. We will set the connections to where only our students can connect to them. They can use their Chromebooks that we're issuing them as 9th graders, or if they are students in that area and have a computer and don't have a connection, we can we'll have forms for the kids to fill out, and we'll make sure that's the only people that are actually using these access points. The access points will go back through our content filters so that they will be safe and secure. This includes a 3-year warranty, some management software so we can manage who's using them, and then they have a plastic enclosure that will go around them to help protect them. How are we going to measure what we're doing? It's very easy to measure the actual usage of the access points because we'll know who's connecting to them. We will measure academic performance by looking at the students that have connections to them and working very closely with the campus principals and with the instructional coaches at those campuses to monitor how well they're doing their homework or their after-school work. A very key part of this is working with the apartment people and the parents at those apartments. We already have great connections at Wayman Manor with Gil Holly, who's one of our Ray Allen ACE coordinators. Barbara Bassan serves on the committee for Connect Temple, and we're working with her. And Craig Wilson, one of our principals at Thornton, has been working with Canyon Creek already to help parents and connections there. So why do we need this? We need technology in every classroom, in every student and teacher's hands, because it is the pen and paper of our time, and it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. I would like to clarify the cost that you have in the grant is actually a 3-year cost for all pieces. So I brought a breakout of a 1-year cost if you want to see that too, and I'll be happy to pass that to you.
That'd be fun.
With that said, we know this is a mammoth project. It became bigger when the group got together. And so this is really a 3 to 5 year plan, and this is the first phase of that plan. Sustainability is not as expensive, so we hope to sustain the ones that we begin and then add to that over the next 2 years. And by that point in time, we think we'll be able to cover most of our kids in those low-income areas.
Thank you, Dr. Battershaw.
Thank
you. Give that to you.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions? That's a great plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have a little bit of a break in the schedule, so if anybody needs to get up and stretch your legs while we wait for Temple Symphony Orchestra, y'all are welcome to. We'll just take a brief break.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I'm running for report for tomorrow.
you're running
Report. Some of our expenditure projections.
I tell you what I did over this past weekend.
Have you stopped
Went to
at
Fort Worth and went to Letty and ordered a pair of boots.
Should I do saving?
And then the 700,000.
That was mine. Those two.
Expecting on the garbage truck. There's some. I think it's the first year I've seen that many.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Gotcha.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
but I mean, it's just.
It's part of that process.
This will surprise everyone. I know everybody got here early to hear the rest of our workshop, but it's all right. The last person didn't actually show up, so I'm now adjourning the workshop, and we'll come back into regular session at 5. Good evening and welcome to this regular meeting of the Temple City Council for Thursday, May 15th, 2014. Please rise as Municipal Court Justice Judge Kathleen Person will lead us in the invocation this evening, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Damon Boniface, Director of Water Production Services. Judge.
Thank you. Let us pray. Lord God, our Father, we call upon you to make your presence felt in our community. Guide us as we go about our lives. Give us insight to go about our community, serving our community. Show us the direction of your grace as we proceed, and ease our burdens and be with us as we face our challenges. We offer our prayers to you in reverence. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And there were several questions that earlier we will be going through the entire agenda this evening, calling the special election in District 2. And right now is the time for public comments. Citizens who desire to address the council on any matter may sign up to do so prior to this meeting. Public comments will be received during this portion of the meeting. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. No discussion or final action will be taken by the City Council. Ms. Nell Brindley.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nell Brindley, and I reside in the city limits of Temple, Texas. Thank you for the privilege to speak to you today.
Would you mind just stating your address?
6505 Naples Drive, 76502. I'm here to ask you to vote no to the proposed pig ordinance, which, if enacted, would reverse existing policy and would therefore allow pot-bellied pigs in the city. I'm against having miniature swine as pets in Temple. The Animal Control has also recommended to you that you vote no on this proposal. In researching this matter, I watched a YouTube video, which, you can learn everything on the internet these days, by a devoted pot-bellied pig owner, and she gave several troubling warnings. She said that pot-bellied pigs can grow quite large, sometimes even up to 200 pounds, and that you must work with the pigs continuously and establish your authority over them, or they may become aggressive. She also said that they will do anything for food, and that great care must be taken to control their diet and weight. She added that having pot-bellied pigs as pets is like having a 2-year-old around all the time, and I remember what that was like. In addition, she said that because they're so high maintenance, that pig owners oftentimes tire of the responsibility and dump the unwanted animals. The proposed ordinance before you adds numerous wise regulations, such as limiting number and size of pigs and requiring neutering and spaying, but I contend that this adds too great a burden to our animal control, and I'm not even confident that they would be able to oversee and enforce the restrictions successfully. I also believe that this would lower property values in the city. Neither I nor many of the people I've spoken with would want to buy or rent a home and yard where pigs had been raised, much less live next door to them. While I'm sure there are some people who desire to own these pets, and I respect that, I do not believe that it's in the best interest of the vast majority of citizens of Temple to allow pot-bellied pigs in the city limits of Temple. I'm asking you to reconsider and vote no on the second reading of the pig ordinance and keep the existing prohibition of pot-bellied pigs as pets in place. Again, thank you for your service to our city and for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brindley. Mr. Chris Coleman.
My name is Chris Coleman, 206 North 7th Street, Temple, Texas, 76501. I come to here today to ask a couple of informational questions. I still would like to find out more information about the contract you've entered into with the Department of Justice for the bulletproof vests. I did some research of my own, and it seems that the contract you've entered to is supposed to be for at least 3 years. I would like to know more about this because the DOJ is being more involved with the DHS every day, and I doubt you want them in our town. One of the other things I would like to address is, I understand people are against people having pot-bellied pigs on their land, but this country is about freedom, and freedom to do what you want with your property. This country is out of control with the federal government and the local authorities telling people what you can and cannot do on your property. If we don't take a stand and finally tell people that, look, government, my land, my property, stay out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Hensley, Milton Hensley, I'm sorry, I accidentally skipped you, and I'll never make that mistake again. Please.
Thank you.
You bet.
My name is Milton Hensley. I live at 301 Mitchell Drive, Temple, Texas. Yes, we have a free nation. We can do what we want. But I also have the ability to use my voice in telling you what I don't want. I don't want a pot-bellied pig next door to me. I think that the lady said that if I came in to choose two houses, one house next door to a pot-bellied pig and another house isn't, I'm not going to choose the house next door to a pot-bellied pig. I hate for Temple to be noted that we can raise pigs within our city limits. And that's what we're going to be noted for. We're going to be noted that we can raise pigs, hogs. I believe it's 15 inches, 175 pounds, 36 inches long. Who's going to go out there and measure that hog every year? Who's going to go out there and measure it every 6 months? And when it gets over the size of 15, 18 inches, 175 pounds, what is the city going to do with it? Now, animal control people, they do a good job. But some of the times they can't enforce the laws that we have in animal control. And this will be another burden on them to have to enforce and go out there and weigh those hogs and measure them and make sure that they haven't overgrown. I'm against this. It's not going to help my property one bit. I do thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. And forgive me if I mispronounce this name, Eloise Tay. Eloise.
I just signed it, I'm sorry.
Oh. You want to say anything? You're welcome to. You've got 3 minutes. Clock's running.
Everybody needs to donate for Relay for Cancer.
All right.
We need to nip it in the bud.
All right, that's good. Everybody remember that. All right, now once again, I'm going to mess up everything here. Butch Pasturo. Oh. All right. Hey, okay, good. We can cure cancer right here tonight. Mr. John Coleman.
My name is John Coleman. I'm 206 North 7th, Temple, Texas 76501. I mainly have a question more than I do a comment about anything. But by God, I'll tell you, as much as I've heard about these pigs, I believe everything is going to the pigs and hogs, don't you? The software, my main question is about the Microsoft Software Enterprise Agreement that you're entering to in the 5th year. Is that good enough? I'm assuming you've been using it for 4 years, and you purchase it once a year. Is that what I would understand by the amount for the 5th year? You purchase it yearly?
Yes, could I, Mr. Delora, could you help with that?
This is going to be our 5th year. This will be our 5th year that we'll be using software from Microsoft.
Right.
It's a volume license agreement that we have through all of our Microsoft Office license.
Right.
And collaboration tools and things like that.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
so
Delora.
you're entering into the 5th year of using it?
Correct.
And it's done a pretty good job for the
It
city and
has,
all?
because it integrates with a lot of our applications that we use.
That's about as factual as we can get during public comment. So.
Okay. And about the other thing I had was on, let's see here, number C was the other thing on the resolution about, I'm kind of wondering about reimbursing the cost of the contractor for the amount of $26,000 for the concrete sidewalk. You know, did he know he was going to have to do this ahead of time, or was this an addition to his contract that he would like to be reimbursed for? And that's about, I really don't have comment on that, other than questioning the expense for that.
Okay. Ms. Bernard, do you know that off the top of your head? The reimbursement?
On item C?
Yes.
Now, could you repeat that question one more time? I was on your last question.
Oh, okay. I see the $26,000 of reimbursement for constructing sidewalks. Lakewood subdivision of Morgan's Point Road for the Oaks. That amount, is it something that the developer knew ahead of time that he was going to have to put in, or was this after the agreement of something additional that he's considered to be reimbursed for?
I know this was a cost-sharing agreement. Worked with the city attorney's office to develop the agreement. I can't answer if he knew before or not.
I can answer. I think I can address that. Under our ordinance, sidewalks on arterial streets, developer is required to put them in, and our ordinance provide that the city will pay the cost of those sidewalks on our arterial streets. So he would have read the ordinance and he would have been aware of that.
And it was on the plat as well for that subdivision.
Right. So. Thanks. Mr. Ed Bandis.
My name is Ed Bandis, 200 Lake Road, Belton, Texas, 76513. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me a few moments to make some comments regarding the Army Marathon, which took place on March 2nd of this year. I'm presenting 3 plaques this evening that I hope can convey the appreciation that the Army Marathon feels towards this great city and the wonderful public servants that work every day to make this a better place to live. The plaques read very simply, In grateful recognition of your support for the inaugural Army Marathon and the Army Marathon 2, we have affixed the actual official race medals from both of these marathons to this, and we're going to be presenting it, one to the city, one to the police department, and one to the fire department this evening in grateful appreciation and recognition. These plaques represent our appreciation for the world-class planning and support for this charitable effort that resulted in 2 successful events that brought hundreds of people from 39 states to Central Texas for a marathon with no incidents, while setting a standard for planning and safety that is the envy of the sports industry. Without the support and professional cooperation of Chief Smith, Lieutenant Rose and his officers, Chief Matta and his fire department, the city manager's office, Mr. Blackburn and his staff, including Ken Sikora, Kevin Beavers, Nancy Glover, and Lacey as well, who was incredibly helpful in this process, and Mayor Dunn's office, and the City Council itself, we would not be well on our way to establishing a national level event that highlights Central Texas and the beautiful patriotic communities that we live in. Thank you very much for your support. Get ready to run next year and pray for warmer weather. Thank you very much.
It was a great event, and I was there at the beginning, and when I showed up, it was 80 degrees, and by the time I walked the 50 yards to get on the bus, it was about 40 degrees, and that's Texas for you.
Walker, wasn't
yes,
it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it was very nice.
I'd like to present these plaques. Do I just hand them to Lacey to present later?
Well, I'll tell you what, we have Chief Smith and Chief Matta come on up and.
Do this without banging them up at all. City Temple Police Department. Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the city, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. You got a very sophisticated cameraman there.
Thank you. Thanks. They're great.
It is on the record. All right, and Miss Lydia Alanis. Okay. All right, now we've got some proclamations and special recognitions. Paint the Town Purple campaign. If I could get Denny Hanley to come up, who's the co-chair for Temple's Relay for Life. And do you have anyone here with you?
Wonderful relayers with us,
Well, why don't you bring them up? I thought everybody was here watching to watch me get sworn in again. Apparently not.
They just act shy, sir.
Yeah, that's good. All right. What a great group.
Both sides.
From the office of the mayor of the city of Temple, I issue this proclamation. Whereas the American Cancer Society is a voluntary, community-based coalition of local citizens dedicated to eliminating cancer as a major health problem through financial support and education awareness. Whereas the Paint the Town Purple campaign is an endeavor to heighten the awareness of our citizens to the importance of joining the American Cancer Society as they strive to promote awareness about cancer. Whereas the color purple is the signature color of the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life events. Cancer does not discriminate and knows no boundaries. Whereas the American Cancer Society believes that Relay for Life is a moving celebration of cancer survivorship, with all citizens joining together to help find a cure. And whereas the City of Temple recognizes the Relay of Life event known as the Paint the Town Purple campaign to show support to those individuals living with cancer and to honor those individuals that have lost their lives to this dreaded disease. Now therefore I, Daniel A. Dunn, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, with great pride do hereby proclaim the week of May 12th through 18th, 2014, as the inaugural Paint the Town Purple campaign in the City of Temple, Texas. And I urge our citizens to recognize and participate in the Relay for Life events held in our community to celebrate the lives of those who have battled cancer and remember loved ones lost to the disease. In testimony whereof I witness my hand and the seal of the City of Temple, Texas, this the 15th day of May, 2014.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to? No, you're good? All right. I've never known you to be at a loss for words. All right. Thank you for being here. Absolutely. And thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want a picture.
Oh, did you all want a picture?
No.
Come on here. I didn't use up my 3 minutes, so y'all are good. Everybody get in there. Okay, they're leaving. Okay.
They're camera shy.
All right. Well,
Nobody's camera shy.
Linda, come on. This way. Let me get behind you because I'm taller. Come on.
Lexus.
Oh, there's the nation.
I've got 3 more of these, so we got to get the camera people there.
It's the same group, Dan.
Same thing, I think.
Same group.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Now, if I could have, I'm sorry, would you tell me what I'm missing?
It's Denny again.
It's Denny. Denny, will you come up? Would you come up one more time? All of my proclamation. That's not you. This is what happens when we have too many other things. All right. I have another proclamation to read from the office of the mayor of the city of Temple. Whereas Relay for Life is a signature activity of the American Cancer Society and celebrates cancer survivors and caregivers, remembers loved ones lost to the disease, and empowers individuals and communities to fight back against cancer. Whereas money raised during Relay for Life supports the American Cancer Society's mission of saving lives and creating a world with less cancer and more birthdays. Whereas the American Cancer Society has been the nation's largest and most respected voluntary health organization since 1913, funding research which has increased the cancer survival rate from 10% to 65%. Whereas Relay for Life represents the hope that those lost to cancer will never be forgotten, and those who face cancer will be supported, and that one day cancer will be eliminated. Now therefore I, Daniel A. Dunn, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 31st through June 1st as Relay for Life Temple in the City of Temple, Texas. And I urge all citizens to support this worthwhile event and to express appreciations to all those individuals who have a part in making it such a tremendous success. In testimony whereof, I witness my hand and the seal of the City of Temple, Texas, this the 15th day of May, 2014. Thank you. I should really read those when I sign them. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now we're back on track. Public Works Week. Nicole Tarolva, is she here? And do you have anyone else with you?
I do.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. Do you want to start just doing these?
Sir.
All right.
Just get her a chair.
All right. It's a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable communities and to the health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of the City of Temple. Whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, and administrators who are responsible for building, operating, and maintaining the public works systems essential to serve our citizens. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed community is critical to the efficient operation of public works programs such as solid waste, traffic signal, drainage, streets, fleet services, engineering, public works administration, water treatment plant, water distribution, sewer collection, and the Dozier wastewater treatment plant. Whereas the health, safety, and comfort of the citizens of the City of Temple greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas this year's theme is Building for Today, Planning for Tomorrow, which recognizes that what we do today is vital to a sustainable and vibrant tomorrow. Now therefore I, Daniel A. Dunn, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through the 24th, 2014, as Public Works Week in the City of Temple, Texas. and I urge all citizens to pay tribute to our public works professionals and to recognize the substantial contributions they have made to our health, safety, welfare, and quality of life throughout the city of Temple and the world. In testimony whereof, I witness my hand and the seal of the city of Temple, Texas, this the 15th day of May, 2014. Would you like to introduce everyone?
Thank you. We've got a really great group of dedicated employees that serve the citizens every day. We've just got a few of them here. We've got Dawn Orange. She's in our solid waste department in the recycling area. Heather Wilson Ellis. She's in our administration office. Damon Boniface is our water production director, and Don Bond is our city engineer. And as the mayor indicated, next week is Public Works Week. We're going to have a community day on Monday from 9 a.m. to noon at the Mayburn Convention Center. It's open to everybody to come on out and visit with our folks, maybe learn a little something about what's underground. So we hope to see everybody there. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. If I could ask Tanya Gray, the Keep Temple Beautiful Executive Director, of a proclamation for Great American Cleanup Day. And if you have anybody else you want to bring up.
Well, not a whole crowd, but.
You lost your board.
Well, yeah, you could have got. I know your board was here earlier. I know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas Keep Temple Beautiful Inc. strives to improve the quality of life in our community through enhanced community awareness, education, and public-private partnerships, working together on projects that keep our environment clean and free of debris, beautify our neighborhoods and public spaces, and instill pride and a sense of ownership in our community. Whereas Keep Temple Beautiful Inc. organizes a cooperative volunteer network of citizens, organizations, businesses, and governmental entities for the National Keep America Beautiful Great American Cleanup. Whereas Keep Temple Beautiful, in partnership with Bell County Juvenile Services, is participating in Global Youth Service Day, a time for children, teenagers, and young adults to serve. Like the Great American Cleanup, it is one of the largest service events in the world. Whereas Bell County Juvenile Services, in honor of these two great service events, assisted Keep Temple Beautiful in the third annual electronic recycling event, which brought in 12,000 pounds of electronics that were recycled on Saturday, April 26, 2014, at Holy Trinity Catholic High School. And whereas Keep Temple Beautiful believes the Great American Cleanup and Global Youth Service Day are important programs of litter prevention, recycling, and community improvement. Now therefore I, Daniel A. Dunn, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2014 as Great American Cleanup Month in the City of Temple, Texas. And I urge all businesses, organizations, and citizens to participate in this conservation and beautification effort. In testimony whereof, I witness my hand and the seal of the City of Temple, Texas, this the 15th day of May, 2014. Would you like to say anything?
Well, hello, I'm the Executive Director for Keep Temple Beautiful, Tanya Gray. We host the Great American Cleanup. It is a 3-month program through Keep America Beautiful, and this year we did an electronic recycling. We do it every year, twice a year. The next one will be in October with Household Hazardous Waste. And this year we partnered with Bell County Juvenile Services along with Holy Trinity and a new recycling company as well. And so Joey always helps us out on our events. He brings a lot of kids that need a bit of community service and education. So we try and incorporate both of those things into what he's doing. He does an awesome job, and we appreciate everything that he does for the community along with Bell County Juvenile Services. And so I'm going to let Joey tell you a little bit about his program and how he helps out the juveniles.
Thank you. Again, my name is Joey Cummings. I'm with Bell County Juvenile Services. Been there about 30 years. And what we have come up with is having our youth go out to different sites, clean up, or do any other occupations that most people don't want to do. Like we helped Tanya Gray take in electronics, which most people would have been throwing in the creek or on the side of the road, and we help her to carry the stuff in so it can be taken to be recycled. These young people are learning to give back to the community instead of taken away from them. And I do appreciate them. Thank you.
Let me just say one more thing. Joy does an awesome job, as stated, with these group of individuals, and they actually took in 12,000 pounds of electronics in 5 hours. And so we thank all of you guys for participating and being part of that. Instead of them being thrown out, they're being recycled or reused. And so we truly appreciate that. We're having another one in October with the Household Hazardous Waste Day, and so we'd love for you guys to be a part of it. Give my office a call, 254-493-4000, or send me an email, Tanya, Tanya, at keeptemplebeautiful.org. But we appreciate your participation. The Great American Cleanup is the nation's largest community improvement program, and it is a 3-month program. And so we have things going on all throughout the months of March and May, and actually we're having 3 educational training programs in regards to teachers and the public to educate kids more in regards to the environment. And so you can call my office to get involved in that as well, and we thank you and we appreciate your time.
I didn't think I was ever going to get my mic back. Thank you very much.
I'm like Thomas, my board president.
I know. Thank you very much. Now, before I continue, have I missed any proclamations? Okay, just wanted to check. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. All items listed under this section, consent agenda, are considered to be routine by the City Council and may be enacted by one motion. If discussion is desired by the council, any item may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any council member and will be considered separately. Council, this is item 4A through 4W. Are there any items that you wish to remove for separate consideration or discussion? I know we're going to pull item 4B and 4L. Anything further? All right. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 4A through 4W, with the exception of 4B and 4L.
Motion for approval.
Second. Motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. Item 4B. Just reading this in with a price change. Consider adopting a resolution authorizing the purchase of the 5th year of a Microsoft Software Enterprise Agreement with SHI Government Solutions of Dallas, utilizing a DIR contract in the amount of $122,194.86. And I'll entertain a motion on that.
Motion to approve.
In a second? Second. A motion and a second, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. And item 4L, consider adopting an ordinance authorizing abandonment and conveyance of all of the alley located in Block 4, Rylander Edition, on the east side of North 12th Street between East Central Avenue and East Adams Avenue, and reserving a utility easement in the entire abandoned right-of-way. And I think that that is just adding the price for the abandonment, which is $4,500. So I'll entertain a motion to accept that.
Motion to approve item L on the consent agenda in the amount of $4,500.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. Next item on the agenda is the regular agenda. Item 5, the second reading. Consider adopting an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Animals and Fowl, Section 613, additional regulations to allow the keeping of miniature swine within the City of Temple in accordance with certain provisions. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. As council will recall, you had asked staff to review Chapter 6 regarding the provisions regulating the keeping of swine. Staff researched various ordinances throughout Texas and other cities throughout Texas that do currently allow miniature swine, and developed a draft of a potential amendment to the ordinance. We presented that draft amendment to the Animal Services Advisory Board at their April 14th meeting. You held a public hearing at your last meeting on May 1st, 2014, and tonight you're scheduled for your second and final reading of that ordinance. Just to remind council, the current ordinance provisions are as follows. Swine may be kept in a pen or enclosure that's on a tract of land containing at least 10 acres that is zoned agricultural, and the pen must be at least 500 feet away from the nearest property line. The provisions in the potential amendment that were discussed at our last council meeting are on the screen there. The swine would be no more than 18 inches high at the shoulder and 3 feet long. There would be a requirement that the swine weigh no more than 75 pounds, that they must be spayed or neutered, receive annual vaccination. There would be a maximum of 2 per household or business, and that the location of where they're kept must be maintained in a clean and sanitary condition. We did have a few we had some additional comments and discussion at the last council meeting. The first area is on the weight. I did a little bit more research, and a lot of cities, 75 pounds is probably the most restrictive ordinance that I was able to find in the state of Texas, in any city in the state of Texas. There's several that allow it at 95 pounds, 100 pounds, and then some that allow from 150 to 200 pounds. So that's something that we had discussed at the last council meeting, and that would be a policy decision for you all if you were wanting to move forward with this change. We'd also discussed the possibility of removing the requirement that the animal be spayed or neutered, and adding a requirement that the animal must be kept indoors, so that it would be unlawful for swine to be kept outdoors. So those are the differences in the potential amendment that were discussed at the last council meeting. As you'll recall, the Animal Services Advisory Board did recommend that council make no changes to the current ordinance, but they did provide input to the provisions that I just went over if council's desire was to make changes. This is your second and final reading, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Council, any questions?
A few comments.
Go ahead.
I respect the opinions of the people that spoke earlier today, but this is a pet. This is not to allow people to raise hogs in their backyard, as one may believe. These are pets that are kept indoors, similar to large dogs, cats, birds, so that they're pets. And I don't believe that these pigs are any more disruptive than a barking dog. A pig doesn't make a lot of sounds. They're kept indoors. They're let outside like an indoor pet. They're not going to be pinned up in the backyards in hog wallers or slops or whatever you want to call those to create nuisances as far as smells and that kind of thing. Again, there are large dogs, live in houses. People should be able to have the pet they like. We have problems with dogs and cats running all over the city because they're allowed to be outside and they're not fenced or chained or leashed. So I don't see this adding an additional nuisance to our animal control. I think the size requirement initially was small after visiting with some of the people that actually own these pets in town now. And so that's kind of some of the comments I have. I don't think that it's going to require our animal control people to go from house to house to find out, if they have a pig and measure it or size and that type of thing. It pretty much is like today. If the animal control person gets called out, it's typically because there's a problem. We're not set up to go inspect neighborhoods for dogs that are mean or dogs that aren't spayed or dogs that are running around. We basically get called and we go to the location and hopefully take care of the problem and turn it around the right way. So it's similar to code enforcement. We're trying to do some code enforcement as far as going out and finding it, but the majority of it is if it gets called in, we go take care of it. So I don't see this being a big problem, especially if it's kept indoors. As far as the house, it's that person's house, whether They live there. If it's a rental property, I think that's up to the person who owns that house to disallow it or to allow it, or to allow pets or not allow pets. I don't believe that a swine would be any dirtier than a dog inside of a house, or a cat, or a bird. So I'm in favor of this because of those reasons, and for some of the reasons that I've been called and emailed about. I did get some of the emails against that. I talked to some of them that I thought they didn't understand it was an indoor pet. I want to make sure that was clear as well, so they won't be kept outside.
Thank you. Council, any other comments?
I respect Councilman Schneider's views. I do not agree with him. I think out of 10 people that had a swine, if one person abused that privilege, it would be the guy that lived next door to me. And I wouldn't want that. So I think that not only does it cause, it could cause some sanitation issues, but it could also cause some neighbor-to-neighbor issues. And I don't see a reasonable way to address this situation without to allow them. It just, to me, it doesn't make sense.
I respect your opinion too, but a barking dog, we get calls all the time for barking dogs. It's really, I don't see the difference there. I don't see them being more of a nuisance than a barking dog. I actually see it as less of a nuisance, but I respect your opinion there, Councilman.
I'm still going to vote like I want to vote.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Because this is the second reading, we're not scheduled for a public hearing, so I will entertain a motion on this ordinance.
I will make a motion that we allow it as read last councilman meeting, with the exception of the taking the size out as far as the length and height, and just adding a 200-pound weight limit. I want to make sure it's kept inside. I believe we have that, and I believe that to be it.
Spayed or neutered?
Let's leave the spayed and neutered in there.
We have a motion. Put that slide back up.
Did you put the last slide back up?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
So basically, just striking out the. Now I can't read it. The size, and adding and changing 75 to 200.
And leaving this in.
Ma'am.
And leaving the must be spayed or neutered
Yes, ma'am.
provision.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
A motion, do we have a second? Do we have a second? This motion dies for lack of a second, which means that the ordinance stays the way that it currently is. Item number 6, a second reading and a public hearing. Consider adopting an ordinance for a conditional use permit to allow a transitional shelter operated by the Salvation Army to be known as the Temple McLean Center of Hope within portions of Lot 3, Block 39, Lots 1 and 2, Block 62, Lot 2, Block 56 and Lot 1, Block 57, original town of Temple, County of Bell, Texas, addressed as 501, 420, 413, 411, 410, 409 West Avenue G, 708, and 709 South 9th Street. Did I get all those numbers right?
I believe you did.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Just as a reminder, this is the second reading and the public hearing. We did this for notification purposes after P&Z to make sure that we had proper notification. And because it has been so long getting this to you all, we want to make sure that we got it here sooner rather than later after P&Z. And so just a little bit of background, that the McLean Center of Hope would consist of a women's and family housing transitional shelter facility for up to 1 year, a dining facility, chapel, classroom, administrative offices, and a separate men's shelter. And the main center would consist of approximately 22,000 square feet. The men's shelter would be 2,100 square feet. And as a reminder, this is the former site of Martha's Kitchen. And also this included abandonment of a portion of 9th Street, South 9th Street, which you all approved on May 1st, and is one of the reasons why, even though this was applied for back in September, it's taken this long to get here because of relocation of utilities as a result of, to accommodate the abandonment. And a future plat will be considered by P&Z as well to accommodate the abandonment and combination of lots. So just to orient you to the site, as you can see here, that highlighted in yellow, here's 9th Street, and the adjacent portion is what was abandoned. And then across West Avenue G, existing dormitory facilities that are also part of the site. And you can see part of the site is undeveloped, the southern portion. And over here, top right-hand corner, those are the dorms that I referenced on the northern part of the site. And to the north of that are existing residential uses, multifamily, zoned multifamily as well. To the south, existing single-family uses, but zoned commercial. And then to the east and west are scattered service and commercial uses, also zoned C for commercial. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of background as well, just about the criteria for this particular use, for conditional use permits that are listed within the UDC that include distance considerations of 1,000 feet for the following uses: alcoholic beverage sales, all residential uses, child care facilities, elementary or secondary schools, as well as other transitional or service shelters. And other specific criteria for conditional use permits for this type of facility is to provide waiting space inside for prospective and current residents, essentially so that they don't wait out on the sidewalk and block public rights of way. Equipping the facility with central heat and AC also must meet occupancy loads adopted by the city for the International Fire Code and building codes, etc. A minimum of one shelter staff member must be present per 25 clients, and at least one staff member must be present at all times at the facility. Clients are provided temporary housing for periods up to 1 year. And so that's just a few of the criteria that will be reflected on the staff recommendation a little bit later as well. In terms of the site plan that also accompanies conditional use permits, which I'll show you in a second, but the Development Review Committee reviewed this when it first came in October 7th, and then, of course, the abandonment for the alley and relocation of utilities pushed it to April, in which DRC found no issues. For buffering and screening for the facility that is adjacent to residential uses and zoning, a solid fence and or landscaping will be required. For the exterior building materials, code requires 70% masonry. What is proposed on elevations that I'll show you in a second is 85%. And for parking, 33 new designated parking spaces are proposed, yet those are all on-street parking spaces, and so we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And so here you can see the site plan, Avenue G, 9th Street. Here's the portion that was abandoned that is proposed to be kind of a courtyard and sidewalk area. And here are the elevations consisting of 85% masonry as proposed. And so for the parking spaces, for our parking ratios in the UDC, we actually don't have an equivalent use identified. And so in determining what parking spaces would be required for this site, and we could look at the at chapel use, which would be really the most intense of all the various functions that this facility includes. If you apply that standard, 1 per 3 seats, that would require 21 spaces to accommodate the 75 people proposed for the chapel. In discussing this with the applicant, he has indicated that they will have no more than 7 employees on site at any given time. So we look at that factor as well. And considering that most of the clients, the vast majority of clients, will not need cars, it's also been estimated by the applicant that only 5 parking spaces by clients at any given time would be needed. And so looking at that, if we were to request on-site parking, might consider at least accommodating the employee parking at 7 spots, and the applicant is willing to provide that. Regarding the future land use plan, this location is shown as auto-urban mixed use, and so the proposed use is compliant with that. Neighborhood conservation is on the northern part, which is intended to focus on preserving residential uses, and so it would not be consistent with that part, but that's where the dormitories are located, and that is an existing facility. For public facilities, as I mentioned, the utilities were relocated as part of the abandonment. There's a 6-inch sewer line in the alley and a 6-inch water line in West Avenue G, so utilities are certainly available. Of course, here's the future land use plan. In brown, the auto-urban mixed use, and then the neighborhood conservation area in white, as referenced in the previous slide. 27 notices were mailed out to neighbors within 200 feet. 7 responses were in favor or in agreement with the request, none in opposition. And you can see those are all the concentrated with the residential properties to the north. So when reviewing criteria for conditional use permits, Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council have the authority to consider compatibility, design, location, circulation, traffic, essentially anything that would protect the general welfare of the public and prevent nuisances. And in terms of revocation or modification to a CUP, if the applicant doesn't comply with the conditions or the CUP was obtained or extended by fraud or deception, then the CUP could be voided, essentially. So a very thorough and long staff recommendation, so bear with me. This addresses a lot of the criteria specifically for transitional shelter in Section 5.3, and so just want to go through this. So number 1 being that space must be provided inside the transitional facility so that prospective and current residents are not required to wait on sidewalks or any other public right-of-way. 2, the transitional emergency or social service shelter is equipped with HVAC for AC and heating. 3, the occupancy load and construction essentially meets fire code. 4, minimum of 1 shelter staff member is ratio with 20 per 25 clients, and that 1 is present at all times. 5, the transitional shelter must be designed and operated in a manner that clients are provided temporary housing for periods up to 1 year. 6, occasional unplanned short-term stays that exceed the 30-day or 1-year normal stay by clients shall not constitute a violation of this ordinance. 7, that a street use license is submitted to address the on-street parking. 8, that substantial compliance with the site plan and elevations is that confirmed at the plan review. That no more than 7 employees shall be on shift at any one time. 10, that facility resources shall be scheduled and made available to clients in a manner that limits simultaneous occupancy. 11, that off-street parking to accommodate a maximum employee shift shall be provided. And finally, number 12, that the Director of Planning may be authorized to approve minor modifications to the site plan, including provisions for off-street parking or on-site parking. And at the April 17th meeting, P&Z recommended approval per staff's recommendation. I'd be happy to entertain any questions, and Captain Schaefer from Salvation Army is here as well if you have any operational questions for him.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions? Comments?
Well, Mr. Schaefer, will you be making any comments?
Not if you approve it. Except to say thank you. It's been a long process.
Are you comfortable with the staff recommendations that were
Yes,
presented?
yes, I am.
Okay.
This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter may do so. Please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
John Coleman, 206 North 7th here in Temple. I only have a couple of questions about that. Will they be providing their own on-site security?
Yes.
Okay, and the other thing is adequate lighting outside for security purposes?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak? All right. If not, I will declare the public hearing closed. Council, your pleasure on the second and final reading of this ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider? Aye. Mayor Dunn?
Aye. Sorry, congratulations. It was a long time coming.
Thank you.
Ordinance first reading and a public hearing. Consider adopting an ordinance on a conditional use permit for a retail nursery landscape facility on Lot 2, Block 1, Tranum Subdivision, Phase 8, located at 5806 South General Bruce Drive. Mr. Chandler.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And just to let you know, the applicant, Butch Mogavero, he is here as well, representing his company, the Landscape Guys, which this site would accommodate upon approval of the conditional use permit. The property is currently zoned C for commercial district and is also located within the I-35 corridor overlay. The conditional use permit is triggered by that fact that it's in the I-35 overlay. Otherwise, it'd be allowed by right in the C district. The property was most recently used as a roofing company, which in our permit uses table would be listed as building material sales and would also be considered a non-conforming use within the I-35 overlay. The future land use plan identifies the property as auto urban commercial, which this complies with. And just to show you the site here on the aerial, you can see outlined in blue. Of course, this is I-35, this is the frontage road. There's Midway with Profit Road to the rear. And here's the zoning map, and so you can see all of that in red is C for commercial district. To the south is heavy industrial, light industrial across the way, general retail across the way as well. And of course the future land use map showing auto urban commercial. And so in terms of what is proposed on site for this company, at this time, they don't propose any modifications. However, in the future, if they did, then it certainly would trigger I-35 compliance standards. They would sell trees, shrubs, mulch, pavers, and ornamental landscaping accessories. No portable buildings are proposed to be sold at the site. Just wanted to make that clear. This is a sketch of their site plan. Here you can see the office at the front, which I'll show you an existing photo in a second. Patio area to the rear, parking in front and to the side. Trees and the landscaping will be to the rear, as well as stone storage bins like they have at the Colleen site for the mulch and stone pavers. So here's the building. Probably recognize the 800 square foot stone and wood siding building. And it includes an existing chain link fence. And so just wanted to show you some examples from the Killeen office that were submitted by the applicant to show what they currently sell at that location. So here are some of the landscape accessories, flagstone, mulch, and various types of displays with pavers and stone borders. The trees and shrubs. Here are the stone bins that, like they are proposing on this site, with storing the mulch and paving materials or pavers. Flagstone pallets. And in terms of parking, once again, like the previous conditional use permit, the question came up as to what parking standard might apply. Retail sales and general service uses require one space per 250 square feet. However, if we applied that standard, that's based on the square footage of the building. It's an 800 square foot building, so that would only require 3 spaces. A flea market, indoor or outdoor, of course this is not a flea market, but it's probably the most similar use, and in which 1 per 300 square feet of market area or 10 spaces, whichever is greater, would apply. Of course, that includes a variety of vendors, and so this use would not likely generate as much traffic. So the site plan does not address specific parking other than the location of the proposed parking. And so that was just a question that we wanted to ask P&Z and follow up with you all. And we have a suggestion in the recommendation to address that. And so looking at the surrounding properties to the south, you can see the unfinished furniture business, retail use to the immediate south. To the north, you have Caliber Collision and a mower repair business. To the east, across I-35 is another retail use in a light industrial district, and it's undeveloped to the west currently. 9 notices were sent out, and 2 responses were provided, one more recent than the memo that you have, and so this reflects 2 in agreement as opposed to the 1 that was in your packet. So just a reminder, what P&Z and City Council may consider for conditions for conditional use permit, including a time period for which a CUP is valid. And staff recommends approval of this case. This is the recommendation that was presented to P&Z with the following conditions: that landscaping is planted to screen parking and the existing chain link fence, that no portable buildings or other items considered to be non-landscaping related or accessories that are stored outdoors or sold, and finally that staff may be authorized to approve minor modifications to the site plan, including provisions for off-street parking. At the April 21st meeting, P&Z recommended approval with a slight modification to that recommendation, and that modification was that the landscaping planted to screen the parking and the chain link fence, that it's at a minimum of 40%, and to try to quantify that and limit the impact on the applicant. And as I mentioned, the applicant is here to ask any specific questions about if you have any questions about the business itself, and I'd be happy to answer any others.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chandler, where would you propose the parking be? Seems to me the parking in front of the building, you'll pull out right on the service road, and then there's the building and there's the fence. Would there be parking behind the fence, off the street? Seemed like
It's a very good question. They have added a circle drive in the front, which could accommodate, if you look at this photo, I probably should have a more zoomed out photo to show the entire site. But some parking adjacent to the fence over here and on both sides could be accommodated. The lot is wide enough to be able to accommodate a drive and perhaps additional parking if needed behind the fence here, and so that's part of the question in terms of working with the applicant to ensure that perhaps a minimum of 10 spaces are accommodated.
Would you require those 10 to be customer parking spaces or customer and employee also?
Probably customer and employee, since that's our parking ratios address them lumped together.
And employees could park back behind the fence, I presume.
Absolutely. That would be a good solution.
Did you say that building materials were non-conforming use in the I-35 corridor? Why isn't this building use or building materials? It's landscaping,
sure,
patio. I'm just curious. Why does that? How does it meet and building materials done?
That's a good question. This use has been classified as a retail nursery / landscaping company, and so it's the nursery part of it, specifically in the permitted uses table, that allows for consideration of a conditional use permit in the overlay.
Council, any other questions? This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter may do so. Please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Chris McGregor, 2806 Wickersham Drive, Temple, Texas, 76502. I own the subject property. The picture there doesn't do it justice on the parking. There's a large circle drive in front of it, which to me would be much safer than any other access along there, because you can drive in and drive right back out. It's very accessible if you can see the whole picture. And to the south of the little building there, there's parking for 20 cars to the south of it. It goes all the way to that unfinished furniture place. And there's a big Lamar advertising sign up in the air. So, I mean, if you just look at the parking in front of the building, it qualifies as just 3 for the office being 750 square feet. But if you look immediately to the south of the building, all along in front of the fence, there's parking, all there. And then again, a big circle drive. So I think if you could really see it or drive by it, you wouldn't even think the parking is an issue at all. Just kind of wanted to bring that to kind of clarify it.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor, I did drive by. I was just concerned backing out. If you did head-in parking, you're going to be backing out into the service road.
No, you wouldn't.
Towards the
circle drive.
Well,
You'd be
I'm
backing
talking
into the
about
circle drive.
south of the circle drive. The circle drive is more, to me, would be more of a drop-off instead of parking. And then south of that, they'll be parked heading into the fence, backing out towards the service drive that has some question about it.
I've been there 100 times, and I've had people come in to clean the building. I've never seen anyone there back out onto the freeway ever.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? There being no further comments, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Is there any further discussion? Council, your pleasure on the first reading of this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move for approval as per the P&Z recommendations presented.
Have a motion?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. Item 8, first reading and a public hearing. Consider adopting an ordinance establishing the city's participation in the Texas Enterprise Zone program pursuant to Texas Enterprise Zone Act, Chapter 2303, Texas Government Code, providing tax incentives, designating a liaison for communication with interested parties, and nominating Art Cobell Corporation to the office of the Governor Economic Development and Tourism through the Economic Development Bank as a qualified enterprise project. And the second reading of this will be at a special called meeting on May the 27th at 9 a.m. to hear the second reading of this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is first reading of this ordinance. The ordinance you have in your packet nominates Arco Bell as a enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Project. Charlie Ayers is here with TDC Vice President. He's been working with Arco Bell on a major expansion of their facility investment and also an increase in employment. Under the ordinance, we list the incentives that the city offers without committing to any specific incentive, but the main benefit of this ordinance is that we are designating Arco Bell as a major employer of the city and a major industry in the city for many years as an enterprise project. Under that project, they'll be able to apply for federal grants, or not federal grants, but grants through the governor's office under this program. Next slide, please. Arco Bell's proposed investment out there is about $9 million for the upgrading and remodeling of that facility. There are currently about 310 employees out there, and they're proposing an additional 35 to 75 employees under this program. The enterprise project really is designed at the Texas level to both attract new investment and new employment, but also to retain existing employment. The designation of this project, our nomination, that will last 5 years, running from the date that you adopt it under this grant program. I think next slide. Or I'll just say under this program, they can apply for grants for employees, and it's up to $2,500 per employee, and that works out over the 5-year life of this designation. They could receive benefits from the state of up or over $1 million, and so it would definitely enhance development in the city, and we do recommend your approval of this on first reading. And as the mayor said, we've posted this for a special second reading on the 27th.
In years past, we've done the same thing for Wilson Art and
We have.
and other corporations that fall under that category.
That is correct. I'll answer any questions you may have. And Charlie Ayers is here, and he is also available to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions? All right. This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter may do so. Please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Chris Coleman, 206 North 7th Street. I think it's a great thing to bring employment to Temple, to employ more people. The only question I have is, in 5 years, will they be able to apply for extensions on this? Will they be able to bring it up again to get another 5 years? And those employees that are employed under this program, are they going to be laid off in 5 years, or will they be able to keep their jobs? Those are the only concerns that I would have.
Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Ayers, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Mayor. Charlie Ayers with the Temple EDC, and I reside at Andy Lane, number 110 Andy Lane here in Temple. I have with me this evening Tam Bowe, who is with Grant Thornton, a national consulting firm, but we've done work with them before, and he is working with us on the Arco Bell project. I want to remind everyone that this is no cost to our city. It doesn't impact ARB. It's not like we're giving them $1 million. This is from the state of Texas, so it's kind of a win-win for us. But Tam, you can address the detail of the reapplication and all that.
Yeah, so through the program, to your first question, after 5 years, the company could reapply if they had qualifying spend. So 5 years from now, if they decide to spend another $9 million or so, they could reapply for the program. And to your second question regarding the employees being laid off, that's not the plan. Arco Bell's been in the community for many, many years. The purpose of the program is to incentivize expansion of companies that, like Arco Bell, have a deep history with their community.
Chris, they're going through an awful lot of growth out there, so we look for great things to come from them. So a lot of good things happening.
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to speak? There being no further comments, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Council, your pleasure on the first reading of this ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. And again, I'll remind everyone that we'll have a special called meeting on May 27th at 9 a.m. to hear the second reading of this item. Under resolutions, 9A, consider adopting a resolution consenting to the reduction of its extraterritorial jurisdiction by releasing a 1.533 acre tract of land from the City of Temple's extraterritorial jurisdiction and acknowledging the acceptance of a .278 acre tract into its extraterritorial jurisdiction released or to be released by the City of Morgan's Point Resort from its own territorial jurisdiction. May I read B at the same time?
Yes, please.
And 9B, consider a resolution approving the master preliminary plat of the Groves at Lakewood Ranch, a 193.875 acre, 583 lot, 28 block residential subdivision with requested exceptions to Unified Development Code, Section 8.3, Park Land Dedication for a Private Park, and Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Section 12 through 14, regarding fire hydrant spacing in Temple's northern extraterritorial jurisdiction area surrounding the campus at Lakewood Ranch Phase 8. Ms. Lyerly.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason both of these items are grouped together is because they're both associated with a property that's going through a voluntary annexation. The plat actually involves portions of property that are already in the city limits, and then the ETJ portion of the plat is outside of the of our ETJ, and so that is associated with the plat. But the land swap is also associated with portions of the property that are within Morgan's Point Resorts ETJ and then with the City of Temple. So they're both associated, so I will discuss both of those. With the land swap, as you read in the item description, it is between the City of Temple and Morgan's Point Resort. And so on the screen, I just have those areas. There's little arrows to those particular areas. This little boundary here is the development in question, and then so the land swap involves both of these sections. And so this is just a bigger blow up of the area for the Temple Groves, which is the 0.278 acre piece currently in the Morgan's Point ETJ. It's this portion right here. And then the 1.533 acre piece is currently in the City of Temple ETJ. And so the swap does require a resolution by both city councils. Morgan's Point city manager has provided a letter about the intent to proceed to city council with that item. And staff recommends approval of the swap that would amend the City of Temple and the Morgan's Point ETJ to reflect the lot line boundaries. And then with regards to the preliminary plat boundary, the DRC deemed the plat administratively complete on April the 29th of 2014. The ETJ portion is currently going through the voluntary annexation process, as I explained earlier. Water will be provided through 8-inch water lines, and sewer will be provided through 8-inch sanitary sewer lines. And the developer is requesting the following exceptions. The first exception is related to the parkland dedication to allow 10.75 4 acres of designated parkland to be privately owned and maintained by the Lakewood Homeowners Association. The proposed plat does meet all the requirements of the UDC Section 8.3, but in the proposed 10.74 acres of parkland dedication exceeds the 4.38 acres that would be required for this development. The reason for the request is that the developer wants this particular dedication to be owned and maintained by the Homeowners Association instead of the City of Temple. And the restrictive covenants that have been set up for this development does require a HOA park fund that is paid into the restrictive covenants at $850,000 or $850 to be paid for each lot sold. And then the next exception that the applicant is asking for is related to the Code of Ordinances in regards to the maximum fire hydrant spacing of 1,200 feet along Kleinite Grove Boulevard for a collector instead of the required 600 feet spacing. And the reason for this request is that Kleinite Grove Boulevard does not have any homes fronting the street, the proposed collector. And the homes adjacent to Kleinite Grove Boulevard actually have driveway access and fire protection from internal streets. And so because of this, our fire department supports this exception. The next exception is related to the applicant asking for an amendment to the Thoroughfare Plan, which shows St. Andrew's Place extending to the north as a collector through the subject property. And the design for this development actually has Kleinite Grove Boulevard as the design collector, which is in a much better location than the St. Andrew's Place extension as shown on our Thoroughfare Plan. And so staff reports this request, and we would add that to, if approved, we would add that to the list of our other Thoroughfare Plan amendments at a later date. And because this is a master preliminary plan, it involves several sheets of the different areas of this development. It has multiple sheets involved with this, and so you can see the south half of the development is pretty massive. It comes off of the Highlands area, and you can actually see the Kleinite Boulevard that I mentioned earlier coming up here through this area. And then this is the north portion. This is the portion that is currently out of the city limits. And then this is just the west portion of the property. And then here are a series of our utility topo sheets for the development. Basically, it's just showing all the different 8-inch and water and sewer lines in the area. And the next series actually shows some of the green area. Also, you'll see in the middle is a little circular drive with the details on the bottom of the sheet. And this is their parks plan. And then the next series are for the landscape and sidewalk plan. And so staff is recommending approval of the master preliminary plat of the Groves at Lakewood Ranch with the exceptions that the applicant has requested. And at its May 5th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-0 in support of this plat. And I see Commissioners Pitts and Johnson were absent at that meeting. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Ms. Larley. Council, any questions? And the ETJ swap, as was explained during the workshop by the developer, was basically just so there wouldn't be a lot that was half in Morgan's Point and half in the city of Temple. So
that's correct.
I'd hate to have to deal with two city councils. So,
right.
So we did that for the homeowner. So any other questions or comments? Right. Council, if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Can we take A and B together?
You can.
Motion to approve item 9A and B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn.
Aye. Item 10, consider adopting a resolution authorizing an appeal of standards in Section 6.7.5J of the Unified Development Code related to the I-35 Corridor Overlay Zoning District for signs located on Lot 1, Block 1, Diamond S Subdivision, 5625 South General Bruce Drive. Mr. Chandler.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to orient you to the site, first and foremost, here in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the Garland Shelton that's under construction, so I'm sure everyone is familiar with that. At Midway, includes, this aerial is old. It shows Shallowford Road that has also been rerouted as part of that project. But also just give you a little bit of background about the I-35 standards in relation to this project. An appeal was applied for and considered by City Council in February of 2013, at which time an appeal to landscaping and parking and architecture were approved, and the signage was included in that request. However, there were 5 signs proposed at that time, and the signage was deferred to a later date, which happens to be tonight. So signage is all that is considered in this request. And just to provide a little bit of context, in August of 2012, a 47-foot sign for Johnson Brothers was also approved, which is the height of one of the 3 signs requested here, which I'll show you in a second. And so the request is related to 3 freestanding signs, and here are the provisions in the code that require the appeal. First one being the maximum sign area for the 47-foot sign. They're requesting 225 square feet. The code allows 200 square feet per face. The sign height at 47 feet exceeds what's allowed in the corridor, which allows 25 feet. Maximum signs per site. These are freestanding signs, of course, monument or pylon signs, not wall signs that are attached to the building. But freestanding signs are allowed at 1 per site unless they're considered multi-tenant, and we've considered this a single tenant that has various functions, therefore requiring an appeal. And then also the minimum height to width ratio of the masonry base for a freestanding sign. They're requesting to allow for just a 3-foot wall, basically a retaining wall surrounding the base that'll be landscaped, as opposed to essentially a 6-to-1 requirement of a base that is 6 feet for every 1 foot of width. So that's part of their proposal. Looking at the site plan, I'll show you where those signs are proposed, starting with the one along the I-35 frontage. That is at their access for the frontage, and it's the 47-foot tall sign. And then at the corner of the property is the proposed 28-foot tall sign. And then along Midway is a proposed 23-foot tall sign. And just to point out that there's plenty of TxDOT right-of-way as well that would prevent obstruction, visibility obstruction for someone pulling out if these signs are approved. So you can see that additional right-of-way on all 3 access points. And just to show you a photo of the site and its location, as you're very well familiar, this is at the location of an I-35 overpass, which was the reason requested or justified by the applicant for the height of the 47-foot tall sign to essentially offset that loss of visibility due to the height of the overpass. And here's the proposed 47-foot tall sign. It would look just like this and would include a 3-foot stone base around it with landscaping, as opposed to a taller masonry base. Here's the 28-foot tall proposed sign, which in addition to the name Garland Shelton would also show GM certified used vehicles, advertising one of their services. And the third one, the 23-foot tall sign along Midway, would advertise certified service, GMC, Buick, and Cadillac. And so this is an exhibit provided by the applicant just to show that these are standard signs, I guess within the Buick, GMC, Cadillac sign family, as it's labeled here. And so staff currently recommends and recommended at P&Z approval of the 47-foot sign as submitted. That includes the variance in the sign area, the sign height, and the sign base. However, for the other two signs, we recommended and still recommend allowing the 28-foot certified used vehicle sign to be located along the Midway Drive entrance, with the potential to add an additional sign face advertising the certified service onto the same sign, essentially combining the two signs, and therefore recommending disapproval of a third sign. And so for that sign, essentially it would combine the certified service onto somehow affixing it to the other signage. And at the April 21st meeting, P&Z recommended unanimous approval of all three signs as submitted. And Larry Neal, the applicant, is here to he'll be able to answer any questions that you might have on behalf of his client. I'd be also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions?
One of the reasons why we did I think it was the Ford sign, I believe, is in his existing sign. It was at his old location,
right? Quite
expensive and fairly new to that old location, and we want to relocate it and not have the expense of throwing it away, and that was one of the reasons. Are all these signs existing to be relocated?
It's a good question. I should have made that clear because I think it's a very important point that two of them are existing. The 28-foot and 23-foot would be relocated from the old site. The 47-foot sign is proposed to be a new one.
And I believe the ordinance reads 30 feet is max. Is that right?
25. 25? Yes, sir.
And the reason for the 47-foot is to be able to see it.
It's due to the grade difference between the I-35 overpass. That was what was submitted as the justification by the applicant.
Council, any other questions? Any questions for Mr. Neal? All right. There's no further discussion. Do we have a motion on item 10?
Mr. Mayor, I would move for approval of the request as requested by the applicant and recommended by P&Z for the three signs.
Have a motion?
Second.
Have a motion and a second, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye.
And make a comment also, Mr. Mayor, after that. Several signs over the last several months that we've allowed to have higher signs. We had a huge discussion on signs and specifically the height of the sign and specifically the brick going up the sign, up around pole and on all those things. And it seems to be a problem because we've changed now. I can count 6 of them, 5 or 6. So that's something we may need to revisit because we had a huge discussion about that maybe a year ago. And maybe we need to revisit that particular portion of our ordinance and go back with that, just a suggestion. Save a lot of time potentially for you.
Sure. Thank you.
You're most welcome, sir.
Under 7 election items. Sorry, go
Mayor,
ahead.
I just want to clarify something. Lacey just leaned over and reminded me that, and maybe from Brian we can get clarification of this. I think Perry's motion was to both incorporate the recommendation of P&Z, but P&Z, did they recommend all 3 signs?
They did. So they recommended approval as submitted for all 3 signs. Correct.
Staff recommends
Good.
too.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. 7 election items. Item 11, consider adopting a resolution, A, affirming the election of the candidates for the May 10th, 2014 election, mayor at large, and the District 3 city council member races. Earlier today, we received the letter of declination of office for the District 2 seat by Judy Morales, and I'll leave that up to you.
Sure. Mayor, I just
It's my first time to do this, so.
We don't do it very often, but I'll introduce this item. As you just read, we're posted to approve a resolution or consider approving a resolution declaring the election that did not occur, which you canceled, but the results of that. And even though we are posted to approve a resolution that would approve or affirm the election of the mayor and the council members for District 2 and 3. As you said this morning, we received a letter from Judy Morales indicating, as she had indicated when she resigned her office that finished in May, that she did intend to decline the position, and so her letter this morning declined that. So I would recommend that the motion just affirm the election of the mayor at large and District 3 council member races. The declination of the office by Judy Morales will create a vacancy for that position, and so the item that we have, number 12, will address that at that time.
Thank you. Any discussion, council? All right. Council, if there is, I will entertain a motion for affirming the election of the candidates for mayor at large and District 3 city council member races.
Motion to affirm the election of candidates for the May 10th, 2014 mayor at large and the District 3 council member races, and to administer the oaths of office to the newly elected council members.
Well, that's an action item we're going to do next.
Okay. So we'll skip that part, and so we have a
I never
motion.
said it.
All right, I never heard it. Okay. Have a second?
Still thinking.
I was going to say, man, geez, still he was thinking.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneider?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn?
Aye. And item 11B, we will administer the oaths of office to the newly elected council members, and Judge Kathleen Person will administer the oaths. Councilmember Cloud, would you like to go first, or you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
You're closer.
Want
How
to
you
stand
doing?
there or step around?
Do whatever you want me to. You're the judge.
Whatever works.
Yes, you may.
Raise your right hand. And if you will repeat after me. I, Perry Cloud,
I, Perry Cloud,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of Councilmember District 3
of Council Member District 3
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas
in the city of Temple,
in the city of Temple,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
protect, preserve, and defend
protect, preserve, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and the laws of the state of Texas
and the laws of the state of Texas
and the laws of the United States.
and the laws of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Wait my turn.
I, Daniel A. Dunn,
I, Daniel A. Dunn,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of the mayor
of the office of the mayor
for the city of Temple
for the city of Temple
in the state of Texas,
in the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
protect, preserve, and defend
protect, preserve, and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America,
and the laws of the United States and the state of Texas.
the laws of the United States and the state of Texas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I guess we'll put that pin in the archives of the city of Temple.
Yeah, that'll go straight in the museum there.
Oh, I get the pin back, don't I? Do I get the pin?
No, sorry, that was your pen. I didn't realize.
Golly.
And also, it was very nice for Perry's wife Laura and his son Thomas to be here, and my wife Alicia to be here as well. So we're thankful that you give us to let us do this, and I promise you the second term will be a lot smoother than the first. Now, item 12, consider adopting a resolution ordering a special election for July 9th, 2014 for Council Member District 2 to fill an unexpired term through May 2017.
Thank you, Mayor. As we just said, the declination of the office by Judy Morales has created a vacancy in that office. Because we have 3-year terms, we're required to fill those by special election. We must call a special election within 120 days. We cannot call it any earlier than 57 days. And working with the City Secretary's office, we are proposing that you call the special election for July 19th. That meets the state requirements for Councilmember District 2. Under the schedule in the resolution calling the election, the filing period begins today and would run through June 4th at 5 p.m. That's 21 days. Early voting would begin on Monday, July 7th, and continue until Tuesday, July 15th. And this is a resolution for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Council, any questions? All right. If not, I'll entertain a motion for item 12.
Motion to approve.
Second. A motion and a second.